and stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
To the very last bite. The new McCrispy. So juicy, so tender, so Mick-worthy. At participating restaurants in Canada.
Hi, Mom. Came by to see your new house.
Well, we're not.
Mom, your house is empty. No furniture?
Well, dear, we discovered an expensive property boundary issue after we bought the house.
Plastic lawn chairs? Oh, you're living like frat boys. Dad, put some pants on.
Don't risk becoming house poor with frat decor. Get the facts about your new home before you buy with an existing property survey plan from protectyourboundaries.ca. Protectyourboundaries.ca.
The 50/50 sale is on now at Leon's. Shop incredible 50% off specials throughout the showroom and take 50 months to pay OAC. Limited time only. Visit leons.ca for details.
Back to school savings are on now at Mobile Clinic. And we've got deals to fill up your backpacks, like free Skull Candy earbuds with the purchase of select used phones. That's right. Get a great deal on any one of our wide selection of used phones, and we'll throw in free earbuds. Plus, all of our phones are risk-free thanks to our industry-leading 1-year warranty. But hurry in. This is a limited-time offer you won't want to miss. To learn more or to see our other great deals, head over to mobileclinic.ca or visit us in-store at any of our 100-plus locations.
Think of your minimum balance like an action figure, but not the kind you play with, one that's still sealed away collecting dust. So much dust. At HSBC Bank, we can put your minimum balance into action in TFSAs, RRSPs, savings, and more. Plus, receive up to $500 when you open an eligible checking account. Apply today at hsbc.ca/action. Terms and conditions apply. Welcome offer expires December 31st, 2022. HSBC Bank, opening up a world of opportunity.
All right, people, listen up. Search and rescue has a lot of ground to cover, so pay attention. It's minus 40 out here, and our guy has been missing for several hours. He's about 6'2", thin build. Fortunately, he's wearing a Forcefield high-visibility vest, so we should... Oh, there he is.
Be seen with Forcefield protective clothing. Made for Canadians, engineered for Canada. Visit highvissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca. And use code RADIO for 10% off your first order.
Join the sports biz industry November 10th to 12th at the 15th Annual Primetime Sports Management Conference and Trade Show presented by MLSE. Featuring speakers like Sportsnet's very own Carolyn Cameron, alongside Brian Burke of the Pittsburgh Penguins, CFL Commissioner Randy Ambrosie, Mark Dittmars of the Toronto Blue Jays, and over 50 more. This is a must-attend event for anyone in the sports industry, with many fantastic opportunities to learn from and network with the leaders in sports. Visit primetimesport.ca to register today.
When you're ready to get away from it all, escape to Muskoka Bay Resort, Muskoka's newest luxury lifestyle experience. Enjoy an unforgettable getaway package with sumptuous accommodations and breathtaking views. Master your golf game on one of Canada's top 10 golf courses. Unwind in the fitness studio or spa suite, or simply relax by the infinity pool or fire pits. Book your stay now at MuskokaBayResort.com. Muskoka Bay Resort is a Freed Hotels and Resorts property.
Get that Honda feeling. Reserve and lease the all-new 2023 HR-V from 4.45% for 24 months. Visit HondaOntario.com.
Think you know hockey? Play Sportsnet NHL Trivia on Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant. Hosted by Jeff Merritt. New questions every day.
It's game day. Blue Jays baseball served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side today at 3 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Niggas ain't getting no money, tell them quit that cap. Niggas ain't getting no money.
This is Bo Bichette, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Blue Jays pregame show on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali live from the Rogers Center with you today until the top of the hour. Nice day. It's actually cleared up down here at Rogers Center. I sent a picture out on Twitter earlier. It kind of was a little overcast, but it's become a little more sunny down here. The stadium's starting to fill in. It's also Superhero Day at the ballpark. You know, it's funny. They were playing some music. They always play music as players warm up and batting practice is going on and so on. I didn't realize this until maybe the break just now. The music they're playing in the ballpark, I believe, are the soundtracks from the various Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I only realized that Ben Shulman was kind of humming along, and I'm like, man, these songs sound so familiar. Like, I mean, they're all famous songs. And then I realized, oh, these are the songs from Guardians of the Galaxy. So yeah, Marvel Superhero Day down at the ballpark here at Rogers Center as we get set for Game 2 of 3 between the Jays and Orioles on a Saturday afternoon. As I said before, Jays winners of 5 of their last 6 against the O's, and today they aim for a series win. Jose Barrios will head to the mound. Baltimore will counter with Kyle Bradish. Ben Shulman, Ben Nicholson-Smith with the call of the game. First pitch flies at 3:07 Eastern, 12:07 Pacific. I want to quickly play some post-game audio for you last night from Matt Chapman, because Chapman hitting 2 home runs last night in the 6-3 win. If Matt Chapman can stay hot, it bodes very, very well for the bottom of the order. Of course, he is batting cleanup today. He's batting 4th today, but no Lourdes Gurriel Jr., no Alejandro Kirk in the lineup. So once those guys are back, I got to imagine, unless Chapman really continues to stay hot, I'm not sure he's going to hit 2 home runs a game for the rest of the season. That would be nice. But if he goes back, cools down a teensy bit, he's probably going to be moved back into that 5-6 spot, I would imagine. So with that in mind, if Chapman can bring this consistency, and we had the same conversation last weekend about Danny Jansen, we had the same conversation about Raymond Tapia earlier in the season. If they can all, to a certain degree, remain a little more consistent, the bottom of the order is going to be a really tough part of the order to pitch again. So let's hear Matt Chapman's availability with the media after hitting 2 home runs last night, 6-3 win over the Orioles.
I wouldn't say locked in, but, I've kind of been up and down a little bit lately, but to be able to, have a game tonight where I felt like I was in control and able to find the barrel consistently is a good sign. And, we got our most important baseball left to play. So for me to be able to take good at bats and help this team is huge.
Do you get the sense that this opportunity against Baltimore can really kind of, maybe not bury them, but really take a big leap forward in this playoff race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously every game is crucial. You're playing against, your own division, but not only that, the calendar, there's only so many games left. So it's hard to make up games. So any opportunity we can get to, gain a game on, whether it's, separating ourselves from Baltimore or, putting the pressure on the teams that are right there in the mix with us. Every game is huge, and, the series is definitely important because, if we keep taking care of business, it just gives us more, of space.
Has to feel good for the offense knowing that it was pitching by committee tonight.
For sure. Our bullpen's been huge for us all year. And, a day like today where it's a bullpen game going into it, for them to, give us a chance to win the game and for us to get some hits and score some runs and come out with the win is huge.
It's weird to say because you guys have had such a good September, but you, Vlad, Springer, all had your first home runs of the month this week. Do you feel like you guys are sort of getting going a little?
For sure. I mean, this season's long and there's a lot of ups and downs, and, guys have been able to pick us up. Obviously, Bo's been, carrying us for, feels like a while now. He's been playing really well. So, and obviously other guys have been chipping in too and getting big hits. So, over the course of the season, guys are going to have to step up. And, I think the fact that me and George and Vladdy are able to, start hitting the ball hard and take good at bats is, really good for the team going forward.
Matt, you hit 2 home runs tonight, but in terms of momentum, the swing that George had, how big was that for you guys?
That was huge. That put us up, and we were able to take the lead there, and then obviously add on from there. So, any opportunity, this team that we're playing is really good, and they have a really good bullpen. So we know that if, we get late into the game and they have a lead, they don't lose it very often. So for us to be able to jump ahead right there and, give us an opportunity to take the lead and shut the door is huge.
Feel like you were back in Oakland tonight running down those foul balls?
Yeah, and it was cold out and windy, and I had sleeves on, so we were joking that I felt like I was back in Oakland. Maybe that's why Louis said that I played like I was in Oakland. I don't know if that's a shot at me for not playing good, but the fact that it was cold and windy and ran down some fly balls and hit a few homers, it felt like I was right back at home.
Now, when you think about kind of the way you guys have played over these past couple of weeks, what are the consistent things you've seen that you most think that you most appreciate about?
I'd just say, the pitching giving us an opportunity to stay in games, and us playing really sound defense is giving us an opportunity to be in the games, even the games that we haven't been able to come out on top. We've been right in it. Obviously yesterday we got, kind of blown out a little bit, but besides that, I feel like we've been in every game, and our pitching and defense has kept us in every game. And, it's just been able to get timely hits. So I think that's the kind of baseball you're going to have to play if you want to win in the playoffs, because not everybody's going to go out there and just swing the bat. And it's, the playoffs is, pitching and defense takes you a long way. So that's the kind of, baseball we need to play if we want to go a long way.
Matt Chapman speaking to the media after last night's 6-3 win. Of course, he provided a lot of the runs in that game, hitting 2 home runs. The first home run was a frozen rope up the left field line, and the second one was an absolute bomb into the second deck. So Matt Chapman, 26 home runs on the season. We did one of these pregame shows right after the All-Star break with Julia Kreutz, and I think Julia's bold prediction, to her credit, was the Orioles would finish well ahead of the Red Sox by the end of the season, and here we are. That's almost a guaranteed guaranteed fact here towards the end of the year. And mine was Matt Chapman would hit more than 30 home runs, and I was worried for a little bit there. Again, still 4 home runs to go over 17 games, including today's game. I think it's not impossible. It's definitely doable. So I am hoping for 30 home runs for Matt Chapman, and again, just generally speaking, hoping he stays hot, because like we were talking about before we played that piece of audio, Matt Chapman can stay hot when he goes back down, inevitably to that 5-6 spot. Probably Teoscar Hernandez moves back up there. When Kirk comes back, if Kirk is available, maybe as soon as tomorrow, Kirk is almost assuredly going to be batting cleanup at some point in the not-too-distant future. But I can't wait to see what the batting order shakes out to be, because, again, apart from Springer and Vladdy 1-2, there are not a lot of locked-in spots in this order. Bo Bichette, since he has been on this tremendous tear in the month of September, is probably also kind of like soft-locked into spot number 3. But beyond that, there's no guarantees here, right? So I am curious to see what the batting order looks like. Before we go, we have a couple minutes left. I wanted to play this piece of audio for you from Jeff Passan. Passan on with Blair and Barker. I guess it was yesterday morning. And they were talking about the recent news about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and a contract extension. So this is what Passan had to say when Blair asked him what it would take to get Vladdy locked up.
What would it take to sign him, do you think, right now?
I think it's I think where he would be right now and where the Blue Jays would be right now are in different places. I feel like he would want it to start with the 3, and they wouldn't. And that's where I think it probably would end. Look, he came into this year as a 2+. The Jays have plenty of time left to sign him. Now, if they believe that he's closer, here's where I think he might be right. If they believe he is closer to the player that he was last year than the player that he has been this year, now is 100% the time you try to sign him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You try to sign him coming off a relative down season, because if he comes out next year and puts up the same numbers that he did last year, he unequivocally would be a $300 million+ player. But do you start higher than if you're the Jays? And of course you're going to have these discussions, because you should. If having these discussions this off season, you start with maybe a higher number than you would necessarily want to go, in hopes that, maybe he's open to the idea and winds up settling under 300. Yeah, I think that would be canny strategy, but man, I don't know. I think the window at this point may have been missed, because we're getting close, 3 years left before he hits free agency after this season. And the price theoretically is only going to go up the closer you get to free agency.
Would you be worried he hits a lot of ground balls?
No, because I think that's something that can change. I think that's something that you can fix. If it was he doesn't hit the ball very hard, that's the sort of thing where the biggest leaps you see in guys are year over year, like 3 miles per hour. And you only see that once. Like, you're not seeing a guy naturally gaining, 6-8 miles per hour on his exit velocity. You do see guys typically gain 6-8 percentage points on their fly ball rates. You do see changes in, not necessarily changes in swing, but changes in approach do things to make that go away. We saw it with Christian Yelich for a while there, and he put up a couple of absolutely incredible seasons, MVP caliber seasons, and then the ground balls crept back into his game a little more, and you see what's happened there. It's a dangerous thing for guys who hit the ball hard to hit it on the ground, because you're just not maximizing what you can be at that point. And we've seen what Vladdy can do, right? Mm-hmm. He can be one of the best hitters in all of baseball. He just hasn't been this year.
It's interesting, the contract discussion. That's ESPN's Jeff Passan with Blair and Barker. It was a fantastic conversation as usual. You can grab the whole thing on the Blair and Barker podcast feed, wherever you grab your favorite podcasts. But generally speaking, the whole idea that Vladdy would want his contract number to start with a 3, as in $300 million or more, and the Blue Jays probably aiming for $299 million or less, I would imagine. Look, I don't think we're in the Julio Rodriguez, that ballpark, so to speak, when it comes to money. And again, the Julio Rodriguez contract is interesting because it could be up to what, like 13 or 14 years for up to $400 and something million. So it's curious that Vladdy would comment on the contract situation during a down year and not after a huge year like he had in 2021. But it'll be really interesting to see what the contract discussion ends up as, not just for Vladdy Jr. Again, like Passan was saying, 3 years still for this whole thing to be resolved. Same goes for Bo Bichette. I'm curious to see what Bo gets. We've talked about that before. What does a shortstop you think is closer to what you saw in 2021 and certainly over the month of September? What does a guy like that get? It's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be an absolute ton of money. Is it going to be what Trey Turner and Carlos Correa get this offseason? I don't know, but it's going to be an absolute ton of money. Quickly, Jays lineup: Springer, Vladdy, Bo, 1, 2, 3, Chapman, Hernandez, Tapia, 4, 5, 6, Jansen, Biggio, and Espinal, 7, 8, and 9. But that does it for the Jays pregame show here for you today. The next voice you hear across the network will be that of Ben Schulman. He and Ben Nicholson-Smith have the call today. First pitch at 3:07 p.m. Eastern, 12:07 p.m. Pacific. BNS will stick around with me for Jays talk after things wrap up at the ballpark. We'll take your calls and texts, so save those for us. I hope you have a wonderful Saturday afternoon, everyone. Thanks for listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Enjoy the ball game. We will talk to you after the final out.
Back to the Grubhub spelling bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic. Woo-hoo!
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
Just how exciting are wowza deals at Food Basics? They're soda exciting. Grab 2-liter Coca-Cola or Canada Dry, just $1.25 each. Wowza! Only until September 21st. Food Basics, always more for less.
This is Unibet, one of Europe's leading betting sites. And this is Nigel.
Hello?
Nigel has just been promoted to head of Unibet Ontario, and he knows nothing about your sports.
I thought biscuits were just for tea time.
Unibet is now live in Ontario. Download the app or visit on.unibet.ca.
Must be 19 years of age or older. Ontario only. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call the Connex Ontario helpline at 1-866-531-2600.
Calling all tradespeople. Now it's time for the grand opening sale at Work Anywhere Whitby. Get 4 days of crazy prices and giveaways September 22nd to 25th. Win a $1,900 barbecue or a Yeti cooler. Save $100 on work boots. Regular price $249. Get savings on the largest selection of safety footwear, clothing, and workwear you've ever seen. Visit us now in store or online. The Work Anywhere Whitby grand opening sale September 22nd to 25th. 1751 Victoria Street East, Whitby, across from Home Depot.
We're celebrating 30 years of St. Louis Bar and Grill, and unlike most 30-year-olds, we have no regrets because we've accomplished so much already. Made a super famous garlic dill sauce? Check. Best wings in the biz? Yep. Go-to spot for the vibes? You know it.
Yeah, but have you ever found true love and settled down?
What is this, the 50s? I don't need a nice big home with a loving family that adores me. That sounds nice. Huh. Come into St. Louis Bar and Grill and celebrate 30 years of devilishly good food and drink.
Jake and Christine knew they needed help renovating their dream home. As a Pella advisor, I make sure every step of getting new windows and doors is smooth, including setting you up with our Pella Care Guarantee. It covers everything from product to installation with some of the strongest warranties in the industry.
Visit our newly renovated Unique Experience Centers for all your window and door needs and unique shopping experience. Toronto homeowners recommend Pella windows more than any other window brand, based on a 2020 survey of leading window brands among homeowners.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Honda feeling number 52. It's Friday afternoon. You're heading out of town in your all-new 2023 HRV. The roads are challenging, but you have the confidence of all-wheel drive. There's no gas station for miles, but you have the efficiency of Econ mode. You'll need a lot of gear, but you've got extra cargo space. And it dawns on you, your HRV is just as versatile as you are. Get that Honda feeling when you reserve and lease the all-new 2023 HRV at 4.45% APR for up to 24 months. See HondaOntario.com. Contact your Ontario Honda dealer for anticipated delivery date.
Did lightning strike your backyard birch? Did a fender crunch your back bumper? If it happens to you, we've got your back. Switch to Cooperators and save up to 40% on your home and auto insurance if you're claim-free. Plus, take advantage of features like multi-vehicle discounts and a home deductible that shrinks. Want to be backed by a leader in client experience? Call 1-855-577-8844 for a quote. Terms and conditions apply.
Baseball is on.
Vladdy's big night continues.
Don't miss a moment of this season for your Blue Jays. Step into the box and live stream the Jays anytime, anywhere on any device thanks to SN Now. Plan starting from $14.99 a month. Visit snnow.ca.
The 50-50 sale is on now at Leon's. Shop incredible 50% off specials throughout the showroom and take 50 months to pay OAC. Limited time only. Visit leons.ca for details.
It's carrying well, and it is gone.
It's Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball to finish the ball game
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A shot to win the series. The Blue Jays search for consecutive wins and a chance to bury the Birds on a nice Saturday in Toronto. Jose Barrios has been heating up as the weather cools down. He takes the bump against rookie Kyle Bradish for the O's. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Rogers Center. Appreciate you joining us today. I'm Ben Schulman with Ben Nicholson-Smith. Show Ali is our in-game host. David Siss is producing, and our technical directors are Tom Young and Brett Armstrong. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. The ball was flying out of the yard yesterday. Toronto and Baltimore combined for 5 homers in the Blue Jays' 6-3 victory. It's been 5 wins in the last 6 matchups against the Orioles. We'll see if that continues when we come back on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready for the next level? Looney Dogs Night. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to power up and purchase $1 hot dogs from concession stands around the ballpark.
Hot dogs! Get it right here.
Hot dogs.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
From him, and it's just kind of more the same of what he's been doing.
Yeah, and it was cold out and windy, and I had sleeves on, so we were joking that I felt like I was back in Oakland. Maybe Louis said that I played like I was in Oakland. I don't know if that's a shot at me for not playing good, but the fact that it was cold and windy and ran down some fly balls and hit a few homers, it felt like I was right back at home.
That was Matt Chapman and John Schneider before him commenting on the big night from the Blue Jays third baseman. His 2 homers and great defense helped the Blue Jays to a series opening win. Now they want a series clinching win today against the Baltimore Orioles. Hey, everyone, with Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. It's time to run through our starting lineups today before this scheduled 3:07 first pitch. Today's lineups are brought to you by Timbermart. Slide into home plans. On timbermart.ca, you'll find a major league selection of house plans and a whole lot of garage and backyard shed plans, too. Visit online and find out why Timbermart is Canada's building center. Ben Nicholson-Smith, who do the Baltimore Orioles have in the lineup today?
Well, some familiar faces, as you would expect in Game 2 of this series, starting with Cedric Mullins leading off in center field. Adley Rutschman, the switch-hitting catcher who went deep yesterday, he will bat second at catcher, followed by Anthony Santander, who's in right field. Ryan Mountcastle has 2 home runs against Jose Barrios in his career. He will bat cleanup and play first base. Gunnar Henderson, after homering yesterday, he's in the lineup at shortstop today. Taron Vavra will bat 6th and play left field. Rougned Odor, Blue Jays fan favorite, hitting 7th and playing second base, followed by Ramon Urias, batting 8th at third, and finally Kyle Stowers will DH for the Orioles with Kyle Bradish on the mound.
Rookie Stowers at the bottom of the order and a rookie Bradish on the mound. For the Blue Jays, they start their lineup with experience. It's the center fielder George Springer leading off. The DH is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He bats second. Bo Bichette hits third and plays short. Matt Chapman, after his 2 homers, up in the lineup. He bats cleanup and plays third. Teoscar Hernandez is in the 5 spot playing right field. In left field, Raimel Tapia batting 6th. Danny Jansen, the backstop for the second consecutive day, batting 7th. Kevin Biggio at first base, batting 8th. And then Santiago Espinal is batting 9th and playing second. And we will see Jose Barrios on the mound for the Blue Jays today as they look to secure a second in this 3-game set. Let's take a quick standings update presented by Bet365, the world's favorite sports book. The Blue Jays open up this game 6 ahead of Baltimore, who's the first team on the outside looking in. Blue Jays occupy that first wild card spot, a game and a half up on Tampa Bay for the 3rd spot. They're a game up on Seattle for the 2nd spot, and 5.5 back of the Yankees for the AL East lead. A lot of things broke well for the Blue Jays yesterday.
Yeah, it was a great game for them, not only on the field here at Rogers Center, but they had some help from the Brewers, from the Angels. That's a great sign for this team. Ultimately, for the Jays, if they're going to push, especially in the American League East, they'll need some help for sure. That's not out of the question at this point. And certainly they'll take all the help they can get from teams like the Texas Rangers, who beat the Rays, the Angels, now playing the Mariners, because those standings, even after a big day for the Jays, they really do remain very clustered at the top.
Everyone around them lost by a run. It was Rangers 4-3 over Rays. It was Angels 8-7 over the Mariners. And then the Yankees, who were up 5-0, got walked off. 7-6 win for the Brewers. But the most the Blue Jays can do is control what they have going on. Right now, Jose Barrios warming up to take on Cedric Mullins, Adley Rutschman, and Anthony Santander. We are getting ready to start the top of the first. An inning presented to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. A handful of starts left for Barrios. We've seen the ups. We've seen the downs. Ben, what should we look for today out of Barrios if he's going to make a good start?
Well, this is a really interesting lineup that the Orioles have trotted out here. They have 7 of their 9 hitters who are either switch hitters or left-handed hitters, and Barrios has really struggled against lefties this year, so that dynamic is going to be worth watching today.
They have no left-handed bats on the bench. Everyone on the bench is a right-handed hitter. Leading off, swinging from the left side, Cedric Mullins twists his hips and steps into the box. Blue Jays wearing their red jerseys today, a Barrios favorite. They've won the last 2 in red. Barrios steps back, kicks, and delivers. The first pitch bunted up the third base line. Retrieved foul by Jansen. He throws down to first, but it will not count as an out. It's just strike 1. First pitch today coming in at 3:08. A bit of a breeze, 21 degrees Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit. It was cloudy earlier, but it's actually cleared up a lot as we start this game. Mullins taking the long walk back to the plate. To contrast the Blue Jays' red jerseys today is the black jersey from the Orioles with orange font. Last start against Baltimore for Barrios went pretty well back on September 5th. His next pitch, called strike 2 with a change. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. He got hit a little bit, but if he keeps you in the game, you got to be happy.
Absolutely.
0-2, outside.
We saw another changeup there from Jose Barrios, and this is going to be really interesting to watch against all these lefties. He's used the changeup a lot more in his last 2 starts than he ever has in his career.
Barrios delivers the 1-2. It's fouled off of Danny Jansen, the catcher, and it's still a ball and 2 strikes. In 2022, he's thrown the changeup 15% of the time, curve over 30, and fastballs over half of the time. Now, that does lump together 4-seamers and other types of fastballs. But I guess it makes sense against a guy hitting left-handed when you throw right, break it away from him. The 1-2, high with a fastball. Balls and strikes today from Quinn Wilcott. Mark Wegner umpires first. He's the crew chief. Nick Marley at second, and Jeremy Rehak, who was behind the plate yesterday, gets the day at third base. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball to left field. Tapia goes in, then back onto the track, leaps at the wall. He made the catch. Not sure if it would have got out, but pretty close either way. Raimel Tapia robs extra bases.
A great job by Tapia to stay with that ball. If his read was anything like mine, he was not expecting that ball to go quite as far as it did. It was 94 miles an hour off the bat, and it just kept carrying. So that could be a sign that the ball is traveling well today. But either way, Tapia stuck with it, got back to the wall, and made a nice leaping catch to get the first out.
Yesterday, the ball was flying. The wind was coming in, and it looks like it's a similar environment today. Adley Rutschman at the plate for the Orioles. Switch hitter batting left. Here's the pitch. Barrios dots the top of the zone with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. 1 out, base is empty. 4 outfielders for the Blue Jays, 3 infielders. They've put Santiago Espinal, the second baseman, back in right. The 0-1. Outside, 1-1. Rutschman with 11 homers on the year. We're used to seeing the power from the left side. That's why the Blue Jays are aligned like they are. It was the right side, though, where he did damage yesterday. The 1-1. Line to second and through the middle, just past Bo Bichette into center field, a base hit.
Another attempt by Barrios there to throw the changeup, keep these Orioles hitters off balance, but Adley Rutschman, just a very talented hitter, great player for the Orioles, one of the best rookies in the American League, and he gets their first hit of the game.
Helped the Orioles score their first runs yesterday with his 2-run shot from the right side. That single now his second hit of the series. Here's another dangerous hitter, Anthony Santander, switch hitter batting from the left side. Barrios working from the stretch for the first time. Kicks and offers. Ground ball to second. This could be two. Espinal up with it. Throws to Bichette for one. Back to first. Double play. 4-6-3 to end a scoreless top of the first for Jose Barrios. He claps for his defenders who helped him out of that one. The Blue Jays will head to the bats when we return with Springer, Guerrero, and Bichette. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Never go to the bathroom.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I'm proud to offer premium wireless for just $15 a month. And I'm proud that we have thousands of 5-star reviews from customers like Dan D. in New York, who writes, "I am satisfied customer. How can this only be $15? He wrote it in all caps. I needed you to feel it like he feels it. I hope I did that justice, Dan. And I hope that you try Mint too at mintmobile.com/Odyssey.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Cast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman here on hand at Rogers Center for the second game of 3 versus the Baltimore Orioles. First time for the Blue Jays up to the plate. George Springer, Vladdy, and Bo Bichette. And they face rookie right-hander Kyle Bradish.
Yeah, an interesting matchup. Someone the Blue Jays have seen a lot of in 20 starts in the major leagues. 5 have come against the Toronto Blue Jays. Bradish on the season, a 5.01 ERA. But since coming back off the injured list in 9 starts, it's been a lot better. A 2.84 during that 9-start stretch. So he has been doing better lately.
Only 26 years old, a 4th-round pick in 2018. Bradish leans in for the sign and now sets with Springer in the box. The first pitch. Fastball away, 1-0. Bradish will throw fastballs about half of the time. Expect a lot of sliders against right-handed hitters as well. The right-hander kicks and delivers. Pitches line to left field. That's a base hit. Springer rounds first and holds up there. George had the home run yesterday. He gets off to a good start here with a leadoff single for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he hit that one very hard, and Gunnar Henderson, a talented defensive shortstop, not able to even attempt to play on it because that one just flew past him into left field.
Not many lineup changes for the Orioles, but a big one is Henderson in, Jorge Mateo on the bench. Henderson is talented. Mateo, though, rated as one of the best defensive shortstops in baseball.
Oh, he's been tremendous. And actually, it was on Springer that he made one of the best defensive plays we've seen in a while, where he double bounced to throw over to first base at Camden Yards earlier this month. So Mateo, very talented. Henderson as well. They've got a couple nice options there defensively.
Henderson in his 16th major league game. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Right on right pitch. Fouled back, big cut from Vladdy. 0-1. Optional batting practice each of the last 2 days. Vladdy decided to take it yesterday and put on an absolute show. I believe, although I didn't check, that he hit the Jumbotron in center field. If he didn't, he came within feet.
Wow.
I mean, that's 450 feet at least. 28 home runs on the year, lead all Blue Jays. The 0-1. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-2. There's the slider, 88 miles per hour, and a lot of run. Runner on first, nobody out, no score in the bottom of the first inning. George Springer does have 13 stolen bases this year. He leads off first, does not go on the 0-2. That bounces in. Nice block from Adley Rutschman. It feels like it's only going to be a matter of years or maybe even months until we're starting to talk about if Adley Rutschman is the best catcher in baseball.
Yeah, 100%. He's in that conversation right now. I think JT Realmuto, Will Smith, those guys belong in that conversation too, but Rutschman is there. He's pushing.
For Adley, this is his 97th major league game. He sets up low and away. The 1-2 is poked foul down the right field line and into the seats. Packed house today here at the Rogers Center. 36,000 on hand. Yesterday was a big crowd. I mean, today's going to be well north of 40.
Yeah, I would guess 44, 45, possible sellout.
You know, when you see, 504 getting filled, center field, 500 level sections, that you really have a big crowd on hand. Here to cheer on the Blue Jays with a runner on. The 1-2 pitch. Down and inside. 97 with the heater. That can go up to 99 from Bradish, but he couldn't locate it there.
Yeah, he's got some intriguing stuff. 4-pitch mix. 4th round pick just 4 years ago. Came over to Baltimore in the Dylan Bundy trade. Now a rookie.
They've made some adjustments mid-year to help him out. You mentioned his improvements after the injury. 2-2, down low. Take from Vladdy on what looked like a cutter, and it's a full count. He switched sides of the rubber he pitches from. He used to be on the third base side of the rubber, now on the first base side, and that sounds like a small thing, but it's a difference of a couple feet in terms of the angle you're throwing the ball at. And the word is it's helped him pitch inside more effectively to right-handed hitters. He's less worried about hitting them as he was when he was on the third base side. 3-2, Springer goes, pitch is grounded softly up the third base line. A charge from Arias. He's watching it. It stays fair. It's an infield single. Fortunate bounce there for Vladdy. Puts him on first, moves Springer up to second. You couldn't place it better than that.
He really couldn't. And Vlad Jr., as soon as he made contact, started bolting out of the box. He is an aggressive base runner, and he read that play very well, realizing that even if Arias had been able to get a hand on that ball, there was going to be a very, very close play at first. But the Orioles waited, hoping it would go foul. No such luck.
And with the Springer steal on the pitch, you knew that he wasn't going to be retired. So it was Vladdy or nothing. Vladdy hustled. And now Bo Bichette, one of the hottest hitters in baseball, is up with 2 on and nobody out. Blue Jays scored first yesterday, although did have to come back midway through the game. They'd love to get on the board early. The right-on-right pitch. Called strike 1. Fastball at 97 at the knees. Bo Bichette with a base hit yesterday has reached base safely in every game this month. And today it's September 17th. We're more than halfway through. The 0-1 in the dirt. Think about this. Bo Bichette in the month of September has 32 hits, the most in the American League. Second place, first of all, is Elvis Andrus, which is notable all by itself, with 24. He has 8 more hits than the next best guy. One. Ground ball up the middle, hits softly to Henderson. He flips to Odor for 1. That's the only play. A fielder's choice for Bichette. Springer up to third. Vladdy's retired. And there are runners on the corners with 1 out.
More weak contact there. Both Vlad and Bo with very weakly hit ground balls. But still, just 1 out. Runners on the corners right now. A real threat for the Blue Jays with Matt Chapman stepping in.
This is the guy you want up in this situation. Chapman went 3 for 4 yesterday, and his 1 out was a slightly controversial strike call. But more importantly, he hit 2 home runs in Toronto's 6-3 win. Just needs a fly ball here, which he does even when he's not hot. He's pretty good for a fly ball.
And it seems like just a great day to put the ball in the air and see what happens, just based on that 1 fly ball to left field to lead off the game from Cedric Mullins. I'm sure Chapman noted that. And like you said, he's someone who can put the ball in the air at the best of times.
Here's the first pitch. It's a little bit low, 1-0. Defense is not totally shifting. This will probably be called, a 2023 shift, what you're allowed to do. They have pulled Rougned Odor, the second baseman, close to the bag, but he is still on the first base side of the infield. Henderson and Urias, the shortstop and third baseman, play deep. 1-0. Chapman bends the knee at a called strike, and it's 1-1. It's Bo on first, Springer on third, 1 out, and no score in the bottom of the first inning. Matt Chapman second on the team in home runs after his 2-homer game. He has 26 and 71 RBIs. Throw over to first. Bichette back safe.
Yeah, this shift is permissible or will be allowed next year. The 4-man outfield, we have to enjoy that while we can.
Yeah, that will be gone. Infielders will have to have at least part of their feet on the dirt, or it could be on the inside infield grass. 1-1. Downstairs. Good take from Chapman on a pitch that just missed. 2 balls and a strike. So, yeah, don't expect all defensive shifting. Technically, it's not a shift until 3 guys are on one side of the infield, but don't expect straight up shortstop and second base like you were playing in Little League. That's just not how baseball works these days. The 2-1. Down low again, 3 balls and a strike.
And technically in 2023, if a team wanted to move their left fielder, for instance, into shallow right field and act as an extra pseudo infielder hybrid role, they could do that. There's no restriction on the outfielders, but the infielders have to be 2 apiece on the left and on the right of second base.
And it will be interesting to watch. A lot of research has been done how outfield shifting has impacted the game as much or more. 3-1 pitch. Chapman lifts it to deep right field. Cedric Mullins, the center fielder, into right center. Calls off Santander, makes the catch. Springer jogs home from third. It's a sacrifice fly and a 1-0 Blue Jay lead.
Well, Chapman was able to execute by getting that ball in the air and lofting it up. He didn't get all of that pitch, but still plenty deep enough for George Springer to be able to score right there. And the Jays have to be happy with how that offensive outburst from yesterday is carried over, and Springer and Chapman once again at the center of it.
And they've had a lot of trouble, frankly, with runners in scoring position at different points this year. And there they executed. Bo moved Springer over to third, and then Chapman moved him in. So now it's 1-0 with 2 outs and a runner on first for Teoscar Hernandez. Bradish throws over. Bichette back standing. Bo stole his 11th base of the year yesterday, and it was his idea, according to John Schneider.
Yeah, he looks like he might be thinking about number 12 right now. And it was interesting hearing how the Jays operate. They selectively will give their players, including Bichette, the green light. I would think it's on right now.
Bichette stays put on the first pitch. It's outside, ball one. He mentioned how it's not like a blank slate. You always get the green light. But guys know certain situations where they could call their own number. Like 2 games ago, Vladdy stealing third base off Shane McClanahan.
That one surprised John Schneider.
Yes.
So if you were sitting at home thinking, what happened? You are not alone.
1-0. Teoscar lines it to left. That's over the head of Henderson and down in left field. Another base hit, the third of the inning for the Blue Jays. Up to second, Bichette. And the Blue Jays threatening once again.
Yeah, they are. They haven't been hammering Kyle Bradish so far, but they've been making enough contact, putting the ball in play. And despite some really good velocity from Bradish up to 97 with the fastball, we're seeing sliders around 90, but the Jays hitters are on it. And so they continue to threaten here in bottom one.
That looked like a hanging slider from Bradish that Teoscar took. He hit it hard, 94 miles per hour, but like you mentioned, they haven't crushed him yet. Maybe just the George single to start the inning was really tagged.
Yeah.
Here's Raimel Tapia. He swings hard. 2 outs, first and second, 1-0 Blue Jays. Right on left pitch. Called strike one. Heater that appeared to be a little bit high, but called a strike, and Tapia down early. 3 hits in this bottom of the first inning. Bradish stares out beyond third base, peeks at the runner on second, kicks and delivers. Down low. The Blue Jays have not given him a comfortable first inning. Bradish over 20 pitches thrown. However, the Baltimore pen is far more rested than the Blue Jay pen is right now following a bullpen day.
And Baltimore had a couple days off this week. They're in a stretch of 20 consecutive games, but very early in that stretch.
The 1-1, ground ball to first, backs up Mountcastle. He bobbles it for a moment, flip to first in time, and Tapia is retired. The Blue Jays, though, score a run on 3 hits. It's Matt Chapman delivering again with a sacrifice fly, and it's 1-0 Toronto after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uma bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The Rogers Center is alive again. A 7-run 5th inning.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Second inning from downtown Toronto. Blue Jays with an early lead. 1-0 after the Matt Chapman sac fly. And Jose Barrios, the right-hander, is back on the mound to take on noted Blue Jay killer Ryan Mountcastle. The first pitch is outside, ball 1. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. Our second inning brought to you by Miller Lite. Barrios into the wind, the 1-0. Called strike. Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Next pitch from Barrios hits Mountcastle. And he'll be a leadoff base runner here for the Orioles, although he is in some serious discomfort. Training staff out to check on him.
Yeah, he did. We'll get a look at the replay exactly where it hit him, but it definitely got him flush. So he's making his way pretty gingerly up the first base line and talking to Brandon Hyde and some of the Orioles training staff.
Head athletic trainer for the Orioles is Brian Ebel. And, that hit him right on the elbow, right on the front left elbow. And he's walking with them. It looks like he's going to stay in the game, but he is continuing to touch that elbow in some noticeable discomfort.
Yeah, that one definitely got him flush. Front elbow.
Athletic trainer pressing on the back of that elbow right now. Mountcastle squeezing his hand. And Ryan hunched over still, but standing right beside first base. And he's taken a beating recently. He had the ground ball to end the inning go off his face in the bottom of the first, and now he has hit 3 pitches into the top of the second. 25-year-old is a key part of this Orioles team and the run they've been able to make this year, especially when he plays against the Blue Jays. So they're hoping that he can stay in, and he will. As Mountcastle steps on the first base bag and the Rogers Center applauds his health.
Yeah, of course, in his last start, Jose Barrios facing the Rays hit Francisco Mejia. That was a pitch that caused some warnings to be issued between the two dugouts. Barrios saying afterwards that was totally unintentional. Obviously, this one here with Mountcastle, unintentional.
It was a 1-1 pitch that he had let go. Here's Gunnar Henderson, lefty swinger who homered yesterday, his second major league homer. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. 1-0 Jays. Top of the second inning. Runner on first. That's Ryan Mountcastle with Henderson at the plate. Mountcastle, not much of a stolen base threat. 4 swiped bags and 5 tries this year. The 1-0. In the dirt, 2-0. In a day where Baltimore struggled offensively, Henderson had 2 hits yesterday. .333 hitter on the season with a near 1,000 OPS. The 2-0. Inside, 3-0. After the hit by pitch, Barrios struggling to find the zone. Just made a motion with his arm to try and map out his mechanics. He peeks at the runner on first, and he's set. The pitch. Ground ball to short. This could be 2. Bichette up with it. Throws to Aspinall 1. Back to first. Not in time. A fielder's choice. But all things considered, a pretty good escape from the 3-0 count.
Absolutely. Barrios struggling to find the zone for a moment there. Then he's able to induce some weak contact off the bat of Henderson. So weak, in fact, that there was not enough time for the Blue Jays to turn that double play. But still a big out for Barrios here in the second inning against really an incredibly promising hitter for Baltimore. And whatever happens to them this season, to have Henderson up, to have Adley Rutschman, obviously he's been up for a while, but these guys are gaining really valuable experience against division rivals. They look to be the core of a team that's on the rise.
Here's another rookie, Terrin Vavra, with his first at-bat of the series, takes strike 1. Vavra in left field today. .255 hitter this year in just over 25 games. This is his 27th of the season. Barrios with 2 peaks and a throw over to first, but a dive back save from Henderson. That was pretty close. Henderson has stolen 1 base in the prior 15 major league games he's played.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him go. He's got some real speed. Decent chance to run.
Solid lead, 3.5 steps. The 0-1 pitch. Line to left field over a leaping Bo Bichette and in the left center field gap. George with a slide cuts it off. The throw will go back into Bichette, but it's a stand-up double for Terrin Vavra, and runners on second and third with just one out.
Bo Bichette was not far from potentially making a play on that one, but it goes over his glove into left center field. Henderson ends up at third base easily with his speed, and this is a real threat here for Baltimore.
With the most hated man in the ballpark today at the plate, Rougned Odor is up, the former Texas Ranger and New York Yankee briefly, now with the Orioles in a huge spot. Second and third, one out, and a fly ball could tie the game. This is probably what Odor lives for, I'd imagine, as he's welcomed by a chorus of boos. Infield shifting Odor to the pull side, the right on left pitch, outside ball one.
Well, it is superhero day at the ballpark, and what's a superhero day without a good villain?
Exactly. Odor is, was the foil to Jose Bautista, and now I guess we're waiting to see who the next foil, although we hope there are no punches thrown. The 1-0. That ball's high, 2-0. We did mention yesterday the most recent skirmish that has involved the Jays and an Odor team. He actually was a peacemaker about a week and a half ago. 2-0 pitch popped up. Blue Jays fans will like that. It's in the middle of the diamond. Bo Bichette fighting off the runner. Vavra leans over him, makes the catch. Count it and one for Bo Bichette. And him and Vavra, I guess, seem to be all right. I don't know if Bichette there, an experienced guy for his age with a major league father, was maybe looking to, if he doesn't catch it, draw some sort of interference call against Vavra. Awkward play, but the out recorded.
If nobody had been standing there, that ball would have landed within a couple of feet of second base. So, of course, the runner needs to retreat, and Vavra has the right to return to second base in that situation. But, of course, Bichette needs to attempt to make a play. So he ends up leaning over him and making the catch. But I wonder what the call might have been if that ball had fallen or if it just would have been play on.
And I don't think Vavra knew how close he was to the ball. Here's the pitch to Urias. It's strike one with 2 outs, second and third, and a 1-0 Blue Jay lead. Vavra just went to the bag and had his head down. So I'm not sure he realized. I don't think he was impeding there intentionally at all. He's just standing on the bag. The 0-1. Bounce, but a nice sliding block to the right from catcher Danny Jansen. 1-1.
And in that situation, Vavra has to go somewhere. He can't disappear. Yeah. So what are you supposed to do as a base runner?
And all of the circus acts going on to make that play happen distracted from the fact that that's a massive out for Jose Barrios.
It is, because they could have had a sac fly in that situation, but he keeps it on the infield.
Now the infield playing Urias straight up. Right on right pitch. Slider low and away, or curve, pardon me. 2-1. A hit by pitch and a double this inning for the Orioles. Gunnar Henderson is on third, Terrin Vavra on second. Each with a healthy lead with the infield playing back. 2-1 pitch. Called strike. Fastball just nips the corner. And Barrios is strike away from stranding a pair of runners. Rogers Center getting loud for one of the first times today. It's a packed house. Barrios in the set. He kicks and offers, and it's low, ball 3. Went to the change against a right-handed hitter. Now that's a little bit interesting to me. Pitch that usually would play better against the left-handed hitter.
Yeah, and this is just one of 2 right-handed hitters in the Baltimore lineup, at least to start the day. But Barrios seemingly liking the feel of that changeup today. He's throwing a number of them already.
Orioles employing 5 left-handed hitters and 2 switch hitters against the righty Barrios. Payoff pitch. Swing and a foul back. Still 3-2. Barrios went with the sinker there low. And it looked like Urias just got the top of it. Ramon Urias was held hitless yesterday, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Did not hit a ball out of the infield. This season, a .245 hitter. The 3-2 again, outside, ball 4. Missed by about a ball and a half off the plate. And now the bases are loaded for Kyle Stowers.
Looks like Pete Walker wants to have a chat with his starting pitcher here. He'll trot out to the mound and join a conference, including all the Blue Jays infielders. Bases loaded here. It's a big spot early in the game. Barrios so far has avoided the damage, but these are big moments, for the Blue Jays if they want to keep that distance over them and the Rays and the Mariners, if they want to push against the Yankees, continue to create distance over the Baltimore Orioles. This is mid-September, veering into late September right here. These games are hugely important for both sides.
And coming up in the bottom half, we're going to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Jays with their win yesterday created more separation from everyone and closed in on the Yankees. They're up 1-0 right now with the bases loaded. Lefty swinger Kyle Stowers up. The pitch. Cut and a miss. Strike 1. Challenge fastball at the top of the zone. Stowers, yes, another rookie on this Baltimore team. This is his first time hitting with the bases loaded at the major league level. The 0-1 fouled off to the left side. It loops over the netting and off the hands of a fan in a white shirt. It's 0-2.
Back-to-back heaters from Jose Barrios here against the rookie.
17 games prior for Stowers, .229 average, mostly singles. He does have 1 major league home run. With 2 outs, bases loaded. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. Barrios bends his knee and claps a little bit. He escapes like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man out of this one. It's 1-0 Blue Jays, their second trip to the plate. When we return, you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
You're one of the lucky ones. You were born a Bears fan. Your Sunday best is always blue and orange, and Sunday dinner is always eaten around a pop tailgate. And now you're even luckier because with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank Visa debit card, you can get special discounts on certain Bears merch and concessions. Show you're a Bears fan from the gear you wear to the card you carry. PNC Bank. Passion pays. For details on discounts and other offers, visit pnc.com/bearscard. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license. Copyright 2021 PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. it would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Looking for the right color for your walls but don't know where to start? Schedule an in-home color consultation with JC Licht, and our team of color experts will help you tell your personal color story. With the best selection of paints from Benjamin Moore, JC Licht is your one-stop shop for everything you need to transform your house into your dream home. Visit jclicht.com for a location near you.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I'm proud to offer premium wireless for just $15 a month. And I'm proud that we have thousands of 5-star reviews from customers like Dan D. in New York, who writes, "I am satisfied customer. How can this only be $15? He wrote it in all caps. I needed you to feel it like he feels it. I hope I did that justice, Dan. And I hope that you try Mint too at mintmobile.com/Odyssey.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Devilishly good years of being your Blue Jays headquarters. Join us for wings, beer, cocktails, and more. We've got all your bases covered. Download our new app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. Before we get to the scores, Kevin Biggio batting from the left side. The first pitch from Bradish, called strike one.
So most of the action that really has a big bearing on the Toronto Blue Jays will take place later, with the Rangers at the Rays, the Yankees at the Brewers, the Mariners at the Angels. So a lot of that activity will come up later.
0-1 fouled off.
In the meantime, the Guardians are trying to create some distance over the Twins in the American League Central race. They're playing a doubleheader today, and already the Guardians in the 9th inning have a 5-1 lead over Minnesota. So the pressure is really on the Twins here if they're going to make any push in the American League Central.
And I heard today on SiriusXM that the tiebreaker is already locked up for the Guardians between them. Next pitch to Biggio, line to left center. That's down, a base hit. It one hops into the glove of Cedric Mullins. Biggio with a wide turn, back to the bag. The Blue Jays already with their 4th hit today.
So we'll keep an eye on that doubleheader. And there is another doubleheader happening in St. Louis with the Reds visiting the Cardinals. And of course, Albert Pujols last night hit home run number 698. So we'll have an eye on Pujols and what he is attempting to do as he nears in on 600 or 700 career home runs. So far today, he is 0 for 2 with 2 walks, but the Cardinals still leading the Reds 5-1 in that game.
Blue Jays up 1-0 in this game. Bottom of the second, 1 out, and Biggio on for Santiago Espinal. Bradish's pitch, fouled back, 0-1. And you wrote a great story recently about Pujols. Biggio featured in it. For those who haven't read it, you know, what was Biggio's take like and everyone else's?
Well, it was really cool to talk to a bunch of players about Albert Pujols because they venerate him, and it's almost like talking to fans about Pujols. Like they're just in awe of what he's been able to do.
The 0-1, inside 1-1. I mean, so many of these guys were recently born or young kids when Pujols broke in the early 2000s.
Absolutely, and Vlad Jr. describes Pujols as a father figure to him. Of course, Pujols played in All-Star games with Vlad Sr. In 2001, Pujols' first All-Star game. Vlad Sr. was in that All-Star game. Vlad Jr. was only 2 years old at that point, so he's known Pujols basically his whole life.
Throw over to first, Biggio dives back safe.
He turns to Pujols for advice at times. He said Pujols has given his dad advice at times. Wander Franco was a month old when Pujols made his major league debut, and now he wears number 5 as a tribute to Pujols, as a fellow Dominican, someone he just idolizes and describes as a legend.
The 1-1. Line to right field, another base hit. That rolls into the glove of Santander. Biggio turned and thought about third, but he'll stop at second. Consecutive singles to flip the lineup over. First and second with 1 out. Now, Kevin had less fond memories as a kid of Pujols.
He did, and he was joking about it, with the benefit of hindsight. But in 2005, Cavan Biggio was 10 years old. The Houston Astros were attempting to reach the World Series for the first time in franchise history. Brad Lidge was trying to send the Astros to the World Series on the mound. Cavan Biggio at Minute Maid Park at the time, the kid rooting for his father, hoping that this would be the moment that Houston would finally make it to the World Series. Up comes Albert Pujols. Boom. Home run over the left field scoreboard and wall. And Minute Maid Park at that point just got completely silent.
Here's former Astro George Springer, called strike one against him. At least he was part of, the Astros teams that eventually broke through. But Biggio has come around.
And Biggio has come around. He said at the time that made him a very, very sad kid. And he said that with a smile on the face. He told Pujols about that, and Pujols was able to laugh about it as well.
Here's the 0-1. Outside, a ball and a strike. Now, if you want to read more about it, go to sportsnet.ca, where you can find the story and many more from Ben there. It's first and second for the Blue Jays with one out. They're up 1-0. They already have 5 hits against Kyle Bradish. Some of them hit softly in the first inning, but not so far here in the second. They have earned them. The 1-1. George rips it to left field. Sprinting back, Vavra. It's over his head and off the wall. In comes Biggio. Espinal gets the wave. No throw to the plate. A 2-run double for George Springer. 3-0 Blue Jays.
A huge swing from George Springer right there. And that's consecutive games where he has showed off his power. Maybe it's returning. A couple of home runs this week. That was a double off the wall. A fastball that was left up. A mistake pitch there from Bradish. Springer all over it. First 2 runs, or I should say, first 2 runs of this inning. Now 3-0 Blue Jays in this game. And Springer with another huge swing.
John Schneider had told us, when asked about some of the wincing scene late last series, that he is past the point where it will hurt him the next day. It could occasionally, cause him to drop the bat once or twice. But the feeling is that it's at least a bit better than it was before. And Springer's showing it. 3 hits in the last 2 games, 2 extra base hits. Here's Vladdy with a runner on second. Bradish kicks and delivers. Vladdy swings and flies it down the right field line. It dies in the corner. Santander makes the catch. And running over from second to third is Springer on the tag. 2 down.
Yeah, that ball had a very interesting trajectory as Vladdy just sends it down the right field line. I really think this is a good day to loft the ball up in the air and see what happens. So Vladdy, maybe noticing that himself, sends one into the corner where Santander is able to make the catch.
Yeah, he fooled me a little bit. I thought he got that one a little bit further down the line, but still good contact for Vlad and still a runner in scoring position with Bo Bichette coming to the plate. 3-0 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom of the second. Bradish kicks and offers. Outside 1-0. It took the Blue Jays until the 5th yesterday to score this many runs. But George Springer, who had that 5th inning home run yesterday, with a 2nd inning 2-run double today. 1-0, rip, and a foul off, 1-1. With so much of the bullpen right now used from yesterday, they're not all unavailable, but used. It seems like it would be pretty important if you can to give them a big lead, not have to use the priority guys.
That would be ideal.
The pitch is fouled off right side again, 1-2.
Yeah, they could really use some innings here from Jose Barrios. I wonder if Tim Meza figures into this game maybe as the first reliever out of the bullpen. He only threw 12 pitches yesterday, and with so many lefties in the Orioles lineup, you could either force Brandon Hyde's hand or gain the platoon advantage.
Bradish steps off the mound, adjusts his cap. Now he's back on the rubber looking in from the first base side. Bradish sets just in front of his chest. With 2 outs, the 1-2 to Bichette. Check swing on a pitch high. 2-2. Only relievers who didn't pitch yesterday: David Phelps, Zach Pop, Jordan Romano. That's it. So you figure Phelps could work into this game if they extend the lead a little more, or even at this 3-0 point. Depends how deep Barrios goes.
And if it stays close, then Jordan Romano would have to be available for both of these next 2 games.
Next pitch to Bichette, up and away. Full count. Romano's the most well-rested guy in the pen. He threw 3 pitches Tuesday, 11 pitches Monday. That's all he's done in the last 5 days.
And we saw him get up in the bullpen late last night. I asked John Schneider what the thinking was there. This is in the 8th inning when the Orioles were threatening. He wanted Romano to come in potentially and get them out of trouble.
Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Radish reaches back for 97 with his sinker and strikes out Bichette to end the inning. But the Blue Jays score 2 more on 3 more hits. It's the George Springer double that's made this a 3-0 game. Let's go to the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio. Are you considering a new audio video system for your home? Wouldn't it be nice to see a real-life application of the latest and greatest technology? Then visit EOC Audio's all-new lifestyle showroom in Nile. See technology in a home-like setting. Listen to some amazing Golden Ear or B&W speakers, experience an outdoor system, and take a few swings on the golf simulator. You can even check out what a TV in the shower looks like. Schedule your tour today at eocaudio.com. That's eocaudio.com.
You're one of the lucky ones. You were born a Bears fan. Your Sunday best is always blue and orange, and Sunday dinner is always eaten around a pop tailgate. And now you're even luckier because with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank Visa debit card, you can get special discounts on certain Bears merch and concessions. Show you're a Bears fan from the gear you wear to the card you carry. PNC Bank. Passion pays. For details on discounts and other offers, visit pnc.com/BearsCard. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license. Copyright 2021 PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I'm proud to offer premium wireless for just $15 a month. And I'm proud that we have thousands of 5-star reviews from customers like Dan D. in New York, who writes, I am satisfied customer. How can this only be $15? He wrote it in all caps. I needed you to feel it like he feels it. I hope I did that justice, Dan. And I hope that you try Mint too at mintmobile.com/odyssey.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Every year, we say we'll wake up earlier, exercise more, really rest, and eat healthier. It's hard for us, but for dogs, not so much. Dogs are up at dawn, run for fun, sleep like champs, and they love eating fresh, healthy food every single meal. Give your dog another healthy habit. Real, fresh food from the Farmer's Dog. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/radio.
But now he's got a guy hitting behind him that you don't want to get out in front of. Adley Rutschman with 11 home runs, 34 RBIs. A dangerous hitter that will be in this Baltimore lineup for years to come. Runner on first and nobody out. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Barrios peering in for the sign. Twists and looks at the runner on first. Here's 1-1. Powered to left center field. Tapia, the left fielder, over in the gap, reaches up and makes a one-handed catch. 2 outs. Or pardon me, 1 out.
And another switch hitter steps in, Anthony Santander. One of these many Orioles hitters who will be batting from the left side. And there's a reason that Brandon Hyde wanted to stack all these lefties. You look at the numbers this year. Barrios against left-handed batters. They are hitting .294 against them with a .346 on base and a .526 slugging. So it's been a problem for Barrios facing left-handed batters this year.
The only positive on the other side is Santander has actually been one of the rare switch hitters to bat more efficiently from the right side than the left side. With 1 out, the pitch is slapped down the left field line. That's a fair ball rolling into the corner. Tapia picks it up as Mullins strides into third. Over to second is Santander with a double. And for the second straight inning, it's second and third with 1 out.
And we see the speed of the Orioles on display yet again, trailing 3-0. They hold Cedric Mullins at third base, but he was flying around second. We've seen that with Henderson. We've seen that with Mateo, who's not in the starting lineup today. But some more speed and a nice bit of hitting there by Santander to send it down the left field line.
So here's Jesus Aguilar's first at bat of the game. He came in the bottom of the second, took over after Ryan Mountcastle was hit by a pitch. Aguilar DFA'd by Miami, picked up by Baltimore, 3 for 21 to start his Orioles career. Right-handed hitter awaits the first pitch. It's a little bit low, 1-0. Aguilar in his 9th major league season was a 2018 All-Star with 35 homers and 108 RBIs as a member of the Brewers. The 1-0. Foul tipped into the glove of Jansen. At a time, a big force had 22 homers and 93 RBIs last year, but just was not hitting efficiently and for as much power this season with Miami. The 1-1. Swing and a miss way late on the 94-mile-per-hour fastball.
He's been late on 2 fastballs, and I'm sure the Jays are reading that right now. But, absolutely someone with a lot of pedigree. And the Marlins, not a team with a lot of offense, so if they're cutting a hitter, then probably a sign that hitter was definitely struggling.
Over 100 career Major League home runs for Aguilar. The 1-2 is chopped foul, and it's catcher's interference. A point immediately to Danny Jansen from home plate umpire Quinn Wolcott. Jansen's glove must have been left out a little bit too far. Aguilar tips it, and one of, if not the worst hitter right now in the lineup, is handed a free base on 1 and 2.
Yeah, far from ideal. It's now giving the Orioles a real chance here, bring the tying run up in Gunnar Henderson with a couple runners on base and just 1 out for Barrios.
I guess the only positive is there are now forces. You can turn a double play. It's a force out at the plate. So rather than some of the infielders playing in like they were for Aguilar, more of a double play depth look for the Blue Jays. Barrios' pitch is ripped through the right side of the infield, a base hit. Mullins scores. Getting the wave, Santander. He'll score without a throw. Aguilar around to third, and that's a 2-run knock for Gunnar Henderson. It's a 3-2 game.
Well, Gunnar Henderson having himself quite a series here with a home run yesterday and a losing effort for Baltimore, part of a 2-hit game for him. And right here with a very big 2-run single to bring the Orioles within 1. This rookie-heavy team continues to be a problem for the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's only the 16th Major League game for Gunnar Henderson, but the number one prospect looks like he belongs. That's his 17th hit as a major leaguer. And it's a one-run ball game with Pete Walker having a discussion right now with the entire infield. Not only are 2 runs in, this inning is far from done. Only 1 out, runners on the corners. Taran Vavra coming up, who doubled his last time at the plate. And if he hits a fly ball, we're tied. Vavra hit his 3rd major league double in that 2nd inning at bat. Throw over to first and a dive back save from Henderson. More teams at the major league level are starting to steal on 1st and 3rd situations. Henderson, a lot of speed anyway, although I think the Blue Jays would invite Aguilar to try and come home on some sort of 1st and 3rd play.
Yeah. But it could be a good time to run, put some extra pressure on Henderson if he can get a good read right here.
And if the throw does skip away, then Aguilar does come home. The pitch, Henderson stays. It's a check swing and a called strike at the top of the zone.
So far, Barrios has had runners on in each of his 3 innings, but the first 2 innings, he was able to work his way out of trouble. Not the case here in the 3rd.
If he can keep it to 2, the Blue Jays will still be in front. The 0-1, a little bit high. When things haven't gone well, it's felt like the big inning has been a big problem for Jose. Ground ball could turn to an end this inning. And if he can keep it at 2 and provide, 2 more, maybe 3 more solid innings, that's a good start. The 1-1. Off the handle, a looper to center field. Springer coming in, makes the catch. Aguilar has nowhere to go. He remains standing on 3rd. A massive 2nd out.
Absolutely. Just not hit deep enough to be able to score Aguilar from 3rd base. Springer got a good read on that ball. It was not hit very hard, so he had to charge in. And now it's going to take a big hit from Rougned Odor if the Orioles want to add on to this inning.
3-2 Blue Jays. Both Orioles runs here in the 3rd. An inning served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. Odor popped out to help squash the 2nd inning rally for the Orioles. That was runners on 2nd and 3rd and 1 out when he hit his pop-up to short. Once again, the left-handed hitter facing a Blue Jay shift. The pitch. Grounded right into the shift. Vacuumed up by Santiago Espinal, the 2nd baseman. Throw on to first. And that will end the top of the 3rd. A 2-run frame for the Orioles off 3 hits. But Jose Barrios strands 1st and 3rd, 1 out. And the Blue Jays lead by 1. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in The Room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
And now for his thoughts on the game, we go live to Blue Jays mascot Ace. Thanks, Ace. Toronto Blue Jays baseball continues on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Red hot Matt Chapman leads off the bottom of the third inning. Blue Jays up 3-2 on the Orioles with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. Chapman against Kyle Bradish, the Orioles starter. The right-on-right pitch. Cut and a miss from Chapman. 0-1. Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Chapman 4 for 5 so far in this series. 3 for 4 with a sac fly. The 0-1 is low. He's driven in a run in 3 of his 5 plate appearances so far against the Orioles. Bradish is 1-1. Inside 2-1. Chapman up in the 4 spot. Of course, usually occupied by Alejandro Kirk. We will have a little bit more on the health situation of some Blue Jays after this at-bat. The 2-1. Chapman swings and goes low to pop it up high into the back of the 100 level. It's 2-2. Chapman loves to hit here. 19 home runs at the Rogers Center. Leads the team. 2-2. Hard foul ball. Fly down the right field line. That will make it to the front facing of the 200 level. Bouncing back down to the ones. Closest I ever got to catching a foul ball here was pretty much like that. Ball went over my head. Hit that front facing. I turned around to see it. I turned too late. It hit me in the stomach. And I went down to the ground.
Oh, man. You ever got a foul ball in the booth?
Yes. 2-2, low and away, 3-2. First series of my minor league season this year, I got hit in the elbow by a foul ball going back, which is sad because you should catch a ball if it hits you in the elbow. But I truthfully didn't think it was going to make it over the netting and to me, and it did.
Got to stay ready up here.
3-2. Check swing, called, strike 3. Pitch looked like it just hit the bottom of the zone. Chapman down against the slider. 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Time for the Bergmanis Pereira injury report, brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. They play hardball. Visit bplawyers.ca. Teo stepping into the box. What's going on with Kirk and Gurriel?
Well, we'll get the update there. But speaking of getting hit on elbows, I'll start with Ryan Mountcastle.
First pitch fouled off by Hernandez, 0-1.
And we just got word from the Orioles that he left the game with a left elbow contusion. So that's why he's out. That's why Jesus Aguilar is in. That's the update from the Baltimore side of things. For the Jays, Alejandro Kirk still making progress. We saw him before the game out in left field doing some running drills, on the bases doing some running drills.
0-1 in the dirt.
And that's a good sign for Kirk, who's dealing with left hip soreness, tightness. He's missed a few days at this point, and he is in consideration to return tomorrow when Alek Manoah will pitch for the Blue Jays. If you look at the splits for Alek Manoah and who he has thrown to this year, it is 28 times to Alejandro Kirk and 0 to anybody else.
The 1-1 fouled off again, 1-2. And this is a close game. It's only 3-2 Blue Jays with 1 out, bases empty in the third. If the Orioles end up coming back in this game, that's a really important Alek Manoah start. So you wonder how much that could also affect whether they try and bring Kirk back, or if they've already won 2, maybe they give him the day off.
Absolutely. And they do have an off day Monday, which can impact things. You know, we've seen the Blue Jays' decision-making with Trevor Richards, for example, they want to push at this point.
The 1-2 in the dirt.
And Richards had pitched on Thursday. He started yesterday, pitched very well. This is the time of year where they're going to be a bit more aggressive than they normally would be with all of their players. And, of course, each injury situation is different, but Kirk's certainly in that mix to be behind the plate for Alek Manoah tomorrow.
That's what you do this time of year. You have a couple extra roster spots. It's time to push and see if you can gain separation on the teams behind you. 2-2 to Teoscar is upstairs. He has a full count with 1 out. When asked today, John Schneider said he wouldn't mind a 30-man roster. Agrees that the original full 40-man roster in September was probably a bit too much. I mean, you got to extend the dugout for that.
Absolutely. At a certain point, you start getting veteran players like, a few years ago when they had those rules. Veteran players are used to having maybe an extra locker beside them, some extra space, and they start feeling a bit cramped.
3-2, low no. They call strike 3. So Teo is down on strikes. 3 Ks today for Kyle Bradish. They've all come in a row. 1 on Bichette to end the second, and then 2 here to start the bottom of the third.
And just to round out the injury report here, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. continuing to make some progress. He'll technically be eligible to come back off the injured list tomorrow. Really remains to be seen whether that's going to happen, but said to be making progress, doing baseball activities, at least doing some throwing and some hitting drills as well.
In left field as his replacement today is Raimel Tapia, who swings at the first pitch and chops it back to Bradish. In front of the mound, he throws to first. Aguilar has it, and that's a very tidy third inning for Kyle Bradish. 2 strikeouts and a comebacker to keep this a 1-run game going to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Introducing The Post, Green Park Group's newest condo, coming soon to North Oakville. This boutique 8-story condominium is moments from the area's bustling shopping and dining district, as well as its lush urban green spaces and town trails. Built by one of Canada's top home builders, The Post is your opportunity to experience all that North Oakville's emerging city center has to offer. Register today at greenparkgroup.com.
Hey Canada, Smile Cookie Week is almost here at Tim's. When you buy a Smile Cookie, 100% of the proceeds go to a local charity or community group. This September 19th to 25th, every Smile Cookie makes a difference. At participating restaurants in Canada for a limited time.
City News 24/7 is now available on Rogers Ignite TV. Just say City News 24/7 into your voice remote or find it on channel 100 in the Ignite TV app. City News really is everywhere.
Calling all tradespeople. Now it's time for the grand opening sale at Work Anywhere Whitby. Get 4 days of crazy prices and giveaways September 22nd to 25th. Win a $1,900 barbecue or a Yeti cooler. Save $100 on work boots. Regular price $249. Get savings on the largest selection of safety footwear, clothing, and workwear you've ever seen. Visit us now in store or online. The Work Anywhere Whitby grand opening sale September 22nd to 25th. 1751 Victoria Street East, Whitby, across from Home Depot. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
We are tied! The Blue Jays are all the way back!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
4th inning in the shadows of the CN Tower. Blue Jays up 3-2 on the Baltimore Orioles. This 4th inning presented by Bet365. Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book with 63 million members worldwide. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The first pitch to Ramon Urias is upstairs, ball 1. Urias, then Kyle Stowers, then Cedric Mullins for Baltimore this inning. Barrios kicks and delivers. Fastball called strike 1. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Ben Nicholson-Smith. Pitch we all marvel at with the spin and the movement from Barrios. The fastball's been really good today.
I've seen it as high as 96.4.
1-1. Fly to shallow center. Springer sprinting in, lays out. He got it. A round of applause from over 40,000, and Jose Barrios in on the clapping as well. What a play from George Springer.
Just a great diving catch by Springer, who read that ball well, charged in full speed and full extension, makes the grab. Barrios sending his arms up into the air in celebration as though he's a fan in that moment. And really a great catch, adding to a game for George Springer that has already been so impressive.
Springer with 2 hits. Now he gets a star in the scorebook as well. Here's the pitch to Kyle Stowers. Left-handed hitter fouls it back. 0-1. 1 out, base is empty. 3-2 Blue Jays, top of the 4th. Barrios is working with a quick pace, too, today. He's ready to go for the 0-1. Just leaves it outside on a changeup. Let's check in on Jays Care's Super September 50-50 jackpot. The take-home prize is approaching $1 million, and we still have 2 weeks to go. 1-1, popped up third base side, almost into our booth. Probably goes off the booth of our friends from Baltimore, and it's 1-2. Buy your tickets right now, as you can still take home 14 incredible early bird prizes, including signed Blue Jays merchandise and $10,000 cash prizes. Join in on the excitement of the playoff push and get your tickets, the 1-2 outside, from anywhere in Ontario at bluejays.com/5050. 2-2 count, 1 out, base is empty. Stowers was the first strikeout victim for Barrios today, the only strikeout victim for Jose Barrios. 2-2 pitch. Grounded off, foul to the right side. Still 2-2. Barrios, a native of Puerto Rico. Have to imagine that 2 days ago, Roberto Clemente Day meant a large deal to him. Barrios had mentioned how his dad had spoke so highly of Clemente. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, low and in, 3-2. And probably, I think last year it came out a great feature on Barrios, how rare it is for pitchers to come out of Puerto Rico, just because, I mean, Clemente has started it such a great wave of infielders and position players in general. Payoff pitch low, ball 4, Stowers aboard with 1 out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's written by David Singh, who anyone wants to check it out at sportsnet.ca. You can find that piece on Barrios, who came up as a shortstop, and you can see that a lot of the time when he's fielding his position. So athletic out there on the mound, great footwork, as you'd expect from a former shortstop. But really, you think of the great Puerto Rican players, even in today's game, a lot of the time it is Javi Baez, Francisco Lindor, Carlos Correa, infielders, more so than pitchers. But Barrios, one of the great Puerto Rican pitchers.
He pitches to Cedric Mullins. It's called strike 1. If Jose makes one more All-Star game, he will have more All-Star appearances than any Puerto Rican pitcher ever. Now, that would just mean 2, because there is not a great history. Even he, at one point, didn't want to pitch. He wanted to play short. The 0-1 is fouled back, and it's 0-2. If I remember correctly, when he was a kid, the coach or manager came up to him and basically just said, Carlos Correa is playing shortstop for us. I forget if it was exactly Correa. I believe it was in front of him. So you might want to change positions. It's worked out for Barrios pretty well. His 0-2, grounded to second base. Espinal up with it. Throws to Chapman for 1. Back to first. Not in time despite the pick from Biggio. But it's a fielder's choice, and there are 2 outs.
Chapman sure looks comfortable turning that double play if he needs to.
We saw it a couple of years ago when Manny Machado briefly switched positions. I'm not saying he would be a plus defender, but I think if in a pinch you needed a shortstop, he could play a game at short.
Oh, I definitely think he could. I agree completely. I think probably a lot of Jays fans listening to this are having memories of Troy Gloss playing short for a moment in their as they think back 15 or so years. But I think Chapman would be on a different level than your standard third baseman if he had to play short.
Here's Adley Rutschman. He takes the first pitch, strike 1. Troy Gloss played 8 games at shortstop for the Blue Jays. He homered in 4 of the 8 games that he started at short. He didn't complete all of them at short, but that's Troy Glaus for you. You know, it's just a remarkable and remarkably brief career with the Blue Jays. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Credit there to Blake Murphy, who went on a Troy Glaus at shortstop rampage yesterday on Twitter.
That's awesome.
Blue Jays giving the shift to Rutschman. They're not going to the 4 outfielder defense because there's a runner on. Cedric Mullins is on first with 2 outs and a 1-1 count. 3-2 Blue Jays, top of the 4th. Barrios throws over, and the AL's leading stolen baseman, Cedric Mullins, dives back safe. Kevin Biggio, a right-handed first baseman, actually is kind of turned slightly away from the plate to try and give a better target to tag. 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. And that's a tough position to put yourself in, where you're diagonally back to the plate with a guy who hits the ball hard from the left side, Adley Rutschman up.
It's a good point. And Biggio has played first base often enough this year that he's certainly familiar with the challenge on a day that Vlad Jr. is DHing.
2-1. Popped up foul, and again near the booths to our left. That is not a spot you want to be, unless, I mean, they might be more athletic than I. So maybe they like that, but I would not want to be there. It's 2-2.
They're inching our way closer to the Blue Jays broadcast booth.
I did not bring my glove.
Me neither.
I have a cup.
We have to be ready. Yeah, the cup is about as good as it's going to get at this point.
Barrios peers over his left shoulder, looking for a strikeout to end the inning. The 2-2 inside, ball 3, 97 just about from Jose Barrios. He only averages 94 with his fastball. There's been an uptick today for sure.
Yeah, we've seen that in some big moments too. At the end of the second inning, and here, Orioles' best hitter up, a runner on base. Close game.
Payoff. Mullins leaves. Ground ball beats the shift as it goes to the left side of the infield. Mullins motors to third. Rutschman with a single. A weak grounder where nobody was. Adley Rutschman's 2 for 3.
One hit to left, one hit to right for Adley Rutschman, showing the ability to make contact, and even if it's not particularly hard contact, force the Blue Jays to make a play. In this case, eluding the shift. And some more good base running from Mullins, who never broke stride on his way to third base.
So now hits in all 4 innings for the Orioles, and a runner in scoring position in the last 3 innings. 6 hits aside, 3-2 Blue Jays. Nothing has been going on yet in the Blue Jay bullpen. It looks like they are somewhat preparing for stuff to start. The pitch to Anthony Santander. Outside.
Agreed with that. It's early, and you never know how the game might unfold, but this doesn't have the feel of a day where Jose Barrios is completing 7. So the Jays likely to have to turn to their bullpen sooner than they might have ideally hoped.
We saw Tim Mesa standing between innings. 1-0, runner goes from first and stops. They want to send Mullins home. He's jogging home and in a rundown. Throw from Bichette goes to Danny Jansen, to Matt Chapman, who makes the tag. And Mullins is retired to end the inning. They looked for a first and third steal play, but did not execute. The Blue Jays hold the Orioles from scoring. It's 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I couldn't wait to make my first commercial for Odyssey listeners. I thought, I'll tell them to go to mintmobile.com/Odyssey to get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Then I thought, they'll never believe the owner bragging, so I'll bring on a real Mint customer who knows it's premium wireless for just $15 a month. Then I thought, how will they know it's not just me acting as a customer? Then I thought, what if they don't think I'm a good enough actor to play a customer? Then I cried and went to bed at the end.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Danny Jansen leads off for the second time in this ball game. He led off the second, now starts the fourth, with the Blue Jays up by a run. Fourth inning of work for Kyle Bradish, who looked a lot better in the third than he did the previous two. The right-hander always works from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Big cut and a miss from Jansen, 0-1. That, one of the other adjustments they made for Bradish. Mentioned earlier, he's changed sides of the rubber. They've also eliminated his full windup to try and make sure it was easier to replicate his mechanics pitch by pitch. 0-1, down low. Meanwhile, for Danny Jansen, he is back in a heater, 19 for his last 47. It's a .404 batting average.
And you hinted at this earlier, but the season OPS, 819 right now.
The pitch, downstairs, 2-1. He hasn't played a ton of games, but this is going to be one of the better offensive seasons of Danny Jansen's career. In game 58, he's one off the most home runs he's hit in a single season. The 2-1. Slapped to center field, high in the air, but pretty regular there for Cedric Mullins, who camps under it and squeezes it over his right shoulder. 1 out. For Jansen, that 13-homer year came in 107 games in 2019. Per rate stats, batting average, on base, slugging, stuff like that, he's definitely having the best year of his career. Just couldn't reach there.
Yeah, absolutely. The production has really been there for Danny Jansen. To think that, offensively, he is the second option at catcher for this team. Like, that is some really good offensive depth when Danny Jansen, 819 OPS, is the number 2 offensive catcher.
Here's the first baseman today, Kevin Biggio, the right on left pitch, strike 1. This is, by most metrics, the best offensive year for catchers in Blue Jays franchise history. They're getting more runs, more hits, more extra base hits from catchers than ever before. The 0-1, fly to left center field. Charging in Vavra from left. He squeezes it, and there are 2 down. I mean, there was the Russell Martin 20 homers season in 2015. That was a great year, but they've really never had an average power combo like they get out of the platoon, you could say, of Kirk Jansen.
Yeah, it is a massive source of offensive production for them. And of course, as always, you just have to look at it within the context of the league. And the Orioles are a bad example of this because they also have a great offensive catcher. But so often you have teams that are just trying to find something offensively. And the Jays have a couple of really significant contributors there.
First pitch to Santiago Espinal, strike 1. 2 outs, base is empty, bottom of the 4th inning. It's 3-2 Blue Jays. All the Blue Jays runs came in the first and second. The 0-1. Outside. Yeah, a lot of teams find a good framer, a good run control guy, and then if he can hit, that's always a plus. The Blue Jays have managed to do both. I mean, people from the outside don't always love Kirk's defensive catching play, but he is rated really high as a pitch framer. 1-1 is inside.
Bottom of the strike zone. He is very adept at stealing those strikes, or at least preserving the existing strikes for his pitchers. Most important of all, of course, Alek Manoah, who's really on the edges of the Cy Young conversation in the American League, having worked very closely with Kirk this year. And Kirk has earned the trust of others on this pitching staff as well.
And then you have Jansen, who's been working with these pitchers, some of them for a number of years. The 2-1 down low, check swing, appeal to first. Mark Wegner, the crew chief, says Santiago did go. So it's 2-2. And Danny's done a really good job controlling the run game, and he's built relationships with a lot of these pitchers on the staff. And then the guy in the wings, Gabby Moreno, well, in his brief time as a major leaguer, he's near the 90th, 99th percentile in pop time, throwing down to second. He is going to be a force behind the plate.
The tools are there. He's a fast runner. He's able to make contact a lot.
With 2 outs, the 2-2 to Espinal. Grounded foul up the third base line.
And catching is such a involved position. There's a lot to learn for Gabriel Moreno. It's one of the benefits for him to be here in the major leagues and occasionally catching and contributing as he did on Thursday for the Blue Jays. But still a lot to learn for Gabriel Moreno. But this is the perfect place to learn.
Gets to watch guys like Jansen and hopefully soon Kirk again every day. 2-2 offering. Espinal flies it in the infield. Right in the center of the diamond, the shortstop, Henderson, makes the catch, and that ends the inning. 8 in a row retired by Kyle Bradish. He has kept the Orioles in this game. It's 3-2 after 4. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uma bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What's the Blue Jays' favorite type of pasta? Spaghetti and meatballs. Hold the noodles extra meatballs. This is Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Fifth inning at Rogers Center. Fifth inning presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19-plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Jose Barrios' first pitch to Anthony Santander. Fouled off to the left side. It's 0-1. 3-2 Blue Jays, top 5 with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. Santander at the plate when the top of the fourth ended. The 0-1. Grounded sharply to second. Long run for Espinal in right field. Long throw goes over the head of Biggio, and that'll likely be an infield single for Anthony Santander.
Yeah, that is scored a base hit, as it should be. Espinal making the attempt And Danny Jansen right there to catch the overthrow as it headed toward the visiting on-deck circle.
7th hit now for the Orioles. They have been knocking at the door for really the last 3 innings. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Had runners on third in each of those innings. Scored 2 in the 3rd. Here's Jesus Aguilar. Second time he comes to the plate. In for Ryan Mountcastle. Infield plays him to pull. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. Aguilar facing a 1-2 count. Reached first in his other time up on a catcher's interference call. A big bailout for Aguilar that helped the 2-run Baltimore third. One-0. Called strike. 1-1. And fans are clapping for Barrios, but also because the wave is making its way down the right field line and into the outfield. Plenty of bodies to use for the wave today. We are pretty much full here at Rogers Center. 1-1. Hit hard down the left field line. That's a foul ball as it one-hops off the netting just near the left field corner. A hard second strike. It's 1-2. Aguilar stepping back into the box. The wave already back at the right field corner again. This is a quick one. Barrios peeks over at Santander on first. His 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's that change he's been trying to use all day. He gets a strikeout of Aguilar, 1 down.
Yeah, the right-on-right change worked very well. Some off-balance swings from Aguilar today, who is not in the starting lineup, but took over for Mountcastle.
Tough test coming up now, though. Gunnar Henderson to the plate. He singled in the pair of Orioles runs in the 3rd. 1 for 2 with a single and a fielder's choice. Runner on first and 1 out. Barrios' pitch. Breaking ball stays outside. 1-0. After that out recorded, the Blue Jays have Tim Meza throwing in left field.
Makes sense to get Meza up and ready. Just threw 12 pitches yesterday.
Next offering from Henderson, chopped to the right of the mound. Barrios picks it up and runs all the way to first himself. Santander up to second. You mentioned before the athleticism. I mean, you could tell he played some shortstop on that play.
Yeah, and he holds the ball with him right there, and it actually makes some sense. Not only does it avoid the potential awkwardness of a flip when you're already moving at full speed, but then he's able to keep an eye on the runner at second base and make sure that there's nothing going on there. If there is anything, he can make the throw, obviously. Has a great arm himself. So actually a heads-up play there from Barrios.
And a big one here. They would love to get him through 5. He has been up against it a little bit today, but has pitched out of trouble well. They can start to get into the leverage parts of the bullpen if they can just get one more out here and keep it at a 3-2 Blue Jay lead. At the plate, Terrin Vavra. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Perhaps Barrios, sensing that his day is close to an end, reaches back for 95. He's allowed 7 hits. He's walked 2 and hit a batter, but only 2 have scored. The 0-1 inside. Pitch count just under 80. Barrios takes a deep breath. The next one will be his 80th pitch. Sets with the glove under his chin. Kicks and delivers. 1-1 upstairs. So Jose now behind the rookie Vavra. Terrin Vavra doubled in the 2nd inning, flied out in the 3rd. This is his 27th major league game. The 2-1. Inside low as well, 3-1. There is a base open behind Santander on second, but every pitch could be the last one today for Barrios, with Baltimore continuing to threaten in the fifth. 3-1 pitch. Ground ball right of the mound. Barrios has it. This time he'll flip to first, and that's the top of the fifth inning. The leadoff base hit is stranded. No runs in for the Orioles. It's still a 3-2 Blue Jay lead. Top of the order coming up when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Hooking into the corner and gone!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
That's how you come up with an answer in the Bronx. Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. 3-2 Blue Jays. We're more than halfway through now as we start the bottom of the fifth inning with George Springer leading off against Kyle Bradish. I'm Ben Schulman. Ben Nicholson-Smith is to my left. First pitch to George. Breaking ball, strike one. Bradish struggled early. He's retired 8 in a row. The last Blue Jay to reach base was Springer with a 2-run double. George 2 for 2, the 0-1, cut on and missed, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Now, this game looked like it was going to be a bit of a blowout early. Bradish has stopped that completely. They are looking to the future, though, as right-hander Jake Reed gets loose.
Bradish looking much better in the last couple of innings.
0-2, just outside. George holds back. Appeal is no swing from Mark Wagner, the first base umpire. George did look a little uncomfortable after that check swing, just kind of waved or swung his right arm back and forth. The 1-2. Down low, 2-2. This is just a great matchup for Springer, though, with the 2 base hits. He's 6 for 10 career against Kyle Bradish with 4 doubles.
It's pretty impressive. Bo Bichette, a couple of home runs against Bradish.
2-2. Ground ball off the leg of the pitcher. Bradish picks it up with his bare right hand. Throw to first in the dirt. Picked by Aguilar. So that is a wild and wacky first out.
Springer hustling down the line to make it close, but Bradish able to recover.
9 in a row for Kyle Bradish. They're letting him go through the top of the order one more time. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up now. He has a base hit in 2 plate appearances, but we'll also take a check on the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Ben, what's going on?
Well, we have a couple of finals already. thanks to a couple of double headers that are happening, the Guardians did end up beating the Twins 5-1 to extend their lead in the American League Central. Meanwhile, in St. Louis, the Cardinals, in their first game of their doubleheader against the Reds, won 5-1.
First pitch to Vladdy is chopped to third on 3 bounces, backhanded by Urias. His throw over to first is not picked by Aguilar. It bounces in and out of the glove. The throw was in the dirt, and Vladdy reaches safely.
Well, we'll see how they score that. Oftentimes that gets scored in E5, but Aguilar in that situation could certainly have picked up the third baseman's throw.
He just made probably a tougher pick the play before that. Credit to Vladdy for hustling and making it not just an easy lob it over type play. They've ruled it an error, of course, and it will more than likely go against Ramon Urias.
E5.
So 1 on, 1 out for Bo Bichette. The pitch, called strike 1. Bradish still pumping it in at 97 with his fastball, even though that was his 75th pitch. You had mentioned earlier, at one point sidelined by shoulder inflammation, still a rookie, so they probably don't want to push him too much. The 0-1, Bichette lines it to center. Mullins going back, backhands it in front of his right shoulder. 2 down. What else is going on the out-of-town scoreboard?
Well, in that Cardinals game, of course, we're watching Albert Pujols to see if he can continue pushing towards 700 home runs. Hit number 698 last night. Today, 0 for 2, a couple of walks. Yadier Molina did have a 2-run homer in support of Dakota Hudson, who got the win, pitched 8 strong innings. So those are the 2 finals from Major League Baseball. Elsewhere, some games in progress, including at Fenway Park. The Red Sox right now trailing the Kansas City Royals by a score of 2-0.
Tough year for the Red Sox. 10 games back of the wild card, 11.5 back of the Blue Jays. Matt Chapman at the plate, 2 outs, runner on first. The first pitch is low. The Red Sox right now, a little inside baseball in my scorebook. There's some standings boxes. I got division on one, wild card on the other. The Red Sox are fighting for their lives in this box. If they fall more than 10 games back of the wild card, I think they get demoted.
Yeah, at that point, it's not worth writing down.
Here's the next pitch to Chapman. It's inside, ball 2. No lineup yet, by the way, for St. Louis for game 2. You hope maybe they find a way to sneak Albert Pujols in. I mean, I'd play him every day at this point.
Exactly. Just 2.5 weeks left, 2 home runs to go. He has been hitting them in bunches lately.
2-0 offering. Downstairs 3-0, trying to join that exclusive club of Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, and Baltimore native, or Maryland native at least, Babe Ruth.
That's right. A club of 3 for now. And speaking of home run chases, the Yankees will be in Milwaukee later this evening. Aaron Judge trying to push towards 60 home runs.
3-0 to Chapman. High ball 4. None of them were really close. Matt Chapman takes a 2-out walk, and there's a runner in scoring position for Teoscar Hernandez. Here comes Brandon Hyde. And that will likely be the day for Kyle Bradish, Baltimore's starter. Struggled early, put it together in the 3rd and 4th, but Hyde takes the ball from him. And it's a pitching change brought to you by Certainty, the pros' choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty, pro all the way. 2 on for the Blue Jays. 2 outs. They're up 3-2. And while the new reliever comes out of the pen, we'll send it over just to the left to Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some audio to listen into. ESPN's Jeff Passan on with Blair and Barker earlier yesterday morning. The guys were discussing the idea of how much it would take to sign Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to a long-term deal. This, of course, coming on the heels of Hector Gomez's report that Vladdy Jr. is open to signing a long-term extension.
What would it take to sign him, do you think, right now?
I think where he would be right now and where the Blue Jays would be right now are in different places. I feel like he would want it to start with the 3, and they wouldn't. Look, he came into this year a 2+. The Jays have plenty of time left to sign him. Now, if they believe he is closer to the player that he was last year than the player that he has been this year, now is 100% the time you try to sign him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You try to sign him coming off a relative down season, because if he comes out next year and puts up the same numbers that he did last year, he unequivocally would be a $300 million+ player.
That's ESPN's Jeff Passan on with Blair and Barker earlier yesterday morning. Don't forget, you can watch on City TV for full coverage of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. It is hosted by Lisa LaFlamme Monday morning starting at 5 a.m. Eastern, again on City TV. Quick check to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Twins at Guardians, first game of a doubleheader today for those two. Cleveland wins 5-1 in Game 1. Jose Ramirez swatting a solo homer to kick that one off. Ahmed Rosario with a pair of RBI singles as well. Game 2 goes at 7:10 p.m. Eastern later this evening. Later tonight, we'll get more AL East and wildcard action. Rangers at Rays, 6:10 p.m. Eastern. Sean Armstrong will get the start for Tampa Bay. John Gray will go for Texas. Rays losing 4-3 last night to the Rangers. Yankees at Brewers, that goes at 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Yankees getting walked off 7-6 by the Brewers in the 9th. Today, Jameson Taillon, Brandon Woodruff in that pitching matchup. That's the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Back to the other side of baseball control here at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Shulman and Ben Nicholson-Smith.
Thanks, Joe. Jake Reed into the game for Baltimore. 2 on, 2 outs. Blue Jays up 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th, and the right-hander starts with Teoscar Hernandez. The pitch, side-armed in, inside 1-0. It's almost like a fast-pitch softball motion. He brings his arm back and whips it forward.
It's an unusual delivery, and I imagine any hitter would take a few pitches to try to get a read on.
Teoscar with a smart take to get ahead 1-0. He's 1 for 2 today. The next pitch, inside 2-0.
Like, it's almost like he's short-arming it and side-arming it at once. Wow.
He starts backward with his arm, but instead of under and backward, you usually make a C going down and then forward. He goes up and then sweeps under. It's maybe the most unique throwing motion in all of Major League Baseball. The 2-0 called strike. He's getting 92 from that with his fastball on the inside third, 2-1.
And there's no doubt that would create deception for hitters.
I mean, there's no way you've hit like they've hit against an arm slot like that. There's just no practice. Teoscar's still ahead, though. The 2-1, high 3-1. I mean, you're playing them in a playoff series. You might want to get Jessica Mendoza or a talented softball player on the phone to talk about the ball traveling that way, because it's closer to a softball motion than it is a baseball motion.
It really is. It's I'm still trying to wrap my head around it as we're watching it right here.
Reed, though, struggling with the zone. His pitch is inside ball 4. So Teoscar doesn't have to worry about swinging. He takes a 5-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded for Raimel Tapia. For Reed, it's his 14th appearance of the season. 4th with Baltimore. Has also pitched for the Mets and Dodgers this year. Was also a part of the Mets and Dodgers organizations last year, with all 3 teams in 2022, a 5.65 ERA.
Well, and this really is for the Blue Jays a chance to add on when they haven't necessarily earned this rally in the traditional way. It's an E5, 2 walks, and now bases loaded.
Can Tapia cash in on the Orioles' mistakes? Right on left pitch. High ball 1. With how funky it is, but at the same time, kind of all over the place. I mean, it feels like there's no point in swinging until you get a strike.
Especially as he struggles to find the zone right here.
5 balls, 1 strike in the 6 pitches so far for Jake Reed. His next offering, Tapia swings and fouls it back. That was a middle-in fastball, 1-1.
Tapia likes to swing.
Yes, he does. He likes to swing hard. And although he's only hit 6 homers this year, I mean, that's a pitch that he could reasonably drive out of the park. Doesn't look like Reed is the long-term solution as DL Hall gets loose for Baltimore now. Hall, a lefty who has started, but is currently coming out of the Orioles' pen. 1-1. Tapia checks his swing on a pitch low and in. Appeal, and he did go. So it's 1-2. While the Blue Jays have struggled with runners in scoring position, Raimel Tapia, a great bases-loaded hitter, over 400 with the bases loaded in his career, including 4 grand slams. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right center field. Mullins going back. It's over his head and one hops to the wall. Vladdy in to score. Chapman scores. Behind them, Teoscar. A bases clearing double for Raimel Tapia. 6-2.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. pointing out to Raimel Tapia, the entire Blue Jays dugout applauding their left fielder who just delivered a huge hit right there. Bases loaded after an error and 2 walks. The Jays 2 down in the inning, have a chance to add on. It looked like a slider that got too much of the plate, and Tapia able to send it deep into center field, bouncing off of the warning track and adding some incredibly valuable insurance runs for the Blue Jays here.
He now has 42 career RBIs with the bases loaded. And the inning is not done yet. Danny Jansen to the plate, 2 outs and a runner on second. The pitch, called strike 1. None of those runs will go earned against Bradish because the inning should have ended with the E5 committed on the Vladdy ground ball, if you reconstruct everything. But the 1 walk that Reed gave up did come in to score 2. Jansen swings on the 0-1 and fouls it back. But the Blue Jays have made this a lot more comfortable. They had Tim Meza up. It doesn't appear that anyone's throwing right now. With the 6-2 lead, maybe you go back to Barrios.
Well, even before the Jays scored there, we were wondering between innings.
0-2, cut and a miss, strike 3. We will find out who is on the mound. When we return, the Blue Jays scored 3 runs on just 1 hit. It was Raimel Tapia's bases clearing double. They benefit from an error. They leave 1 on. 6-2 Blue Jays. We're going to the 6th, and you're listening to Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uma bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I couldn't wait to make my first commercial for Odyssey listeners. I thought, I'll tell them to go to mintmobile.com/Odyssey to get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Then I thought, they'll never believe the owner bragging, so I'll bring on a real Mint customer who knows it's premium wireless for just $15 a month. Then I thought, how will they know it's not just me acting as a customer? Then I thought, what if they don't think I'm a good enough actor to play a customer? Then I cried and went to bed. The end.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Push it a little bit more.
Here's his 85th pitch of the game. It's just inside. There's a chance it tipped the zone, but Jansen was set up outside and had to reach across, so not much of a chance there. 2-1. Tim Meza, we mentioned before, he is certainly going to be the next guy out of the pen. 2-1. Fouled back 2-2. But we were discussing it with the added cushion and with the bottom of the order anyway. It feels like the right opportunity to extend Barrios.
Exactly. We have to keep in mind here that the Blue Jays in the last 5 days have played 6 games, including a bullpen game just yesterday. They've been really using their pitching staff.
Barrios is 2-2. Rounded softly to first, picked up by Biggio. He calls off Barrios with his right palm and steps on the bag. There's the first out at the bottom of the 6th. It'll make it tough. Ramon Urias up next for Baltimore. It hasn't been pretty, but it's been good enough from Jose Barrios.
Exactly, and this is a tough matchup for him. When you think about 7 of the 9 hitters in the Baltimore lineup who started today being either switch hitters or left-handed hitters, the trouble that Barrios has had against lefties this year, it really was going to be a challenge. We saw him go to that changeup early. We've seen him work in and out of trouble, but here he is, keeping the game close.
Here's his pitch to Ramon Urias, fouled off the end of the bat to the right side. It's 0-1. Assuming that the 6th inning is the ceiling for Barrios. With Rougned Odor's ground out, he'll be the only left-handed or switch hitter to not reach base against Barrios today. Every other one did in some fashion. The 0-1. Called strike 2. Fastball at 95. He's living in the zone with the fastball today, and that's been one of his best strengths.
Yeah, he has been attacking these hitters, and like you say, those lefties have reached. That's in line with the season trend of a .346 on-base percentage against lefties this year.
0-2. Right-hander swings and misses. Urias goes down on a changeup, down and in. Seems to be part of the big game plan. 3 strikeouts today for Barrios.
Yeah, a lot of those right-on-right changeups. Another strikeout for Barrios. Meza's ready when needed, but if the Blue Jays have things go their way here, as Kyle Stowers steps in, then you use Meza against the top of the Baltimore order in the 7th, and you go from there.
Kyle Stowers up, the right-on-left pitch. Breaking ball called strike 1. 2 outs and the base is empty. 6-2 Blue Jays. The only Orioles runs came in the 3rd. 0-1 pitch. Foul tipped back. Barrios went with a fastball pretty much right down the middle and beat Stowers 0-2.
Not for the first time today either. Back in the 2nd inning, bases loaded, he struck him out on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Barrios is 0-2. Heater just high. He thinks he can put that fastball by Stowers.
He certainly does, and the evidence would suggest that he's right.
Only 3 strikeouts today for Barrios, but trying to cap off a quality start. 1-2 pitch. Fastball inside at 97. 96.5 to get specific. 2-2. Stowers with a strikeout and a walk. Rogers Center trying to cheer Barrios to the finish. The 2-2 is lifted down the left field line. A towering fly ball that goes foul into the depths of hands down there, down the left field line.
Late on the fastball. We'll see. I mean, Barrios has really gone heavy with the fastball. Now he's given Stowers some looks at it. Will he change things up as he's about to throw pitch number 95?
The right-on-right changeup usually goes against convention. Here it feels like a right-on-left changeup is exactly what your pitching coach would tell you to do. Break a ball away from Stowers after setting him up with some fastballs. With 2 outs and the base is empty, Barrios fiddles around in his glove. The 2-2. Hit hard on the ground right side. Diving stop at second. Espinal gets up and throws to first to end the inning. 2 big claps from the starter, Jose Barrios, who is loving that play to likely end his outing and keep the Blue Jays up by 4. It's 6-2 Toronto going to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Bo Bichette saw all your memes and raises a glass of vino to you. Bordeaux Bichette plays here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Bottom of the 6th inning from the Rogers Center. A new pitcher in for the Orioles. Santiago Espinal, and then the top of the order in George Springer. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. DL Hall not off to the best start to his young major league career, an ERA near 10 in a mix of starting and bullpen appearances. First pitch, called strike one against Biggio. Hall's 0-1 is outside. 6th appearance of the season for Hall, 5th out of the bullpen. Blue Jays did see him in Camden Yards. The next one is cut on and missed. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Hall surrendered 3 earned runs in a third of an inning against the Blue Jays back on the 5th, but he gets a swing and a miss there from Biggio to start this bottom of the 6th. There's one down. And with that, a Bet365 standings update. Just download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Blue Jays 5.5 back of the Yankees for the division lead. A game on Seattle and a game and a half on Tampa Bay. First pitch to Espinal called strike one. And up 6 games on the Orioles. We will shortly take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. The 0-1 misses low, 1-1. That's brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. What's going on, Ben?
Well, we have a few finals, so we'll run through those before looking ahead at some of the games that have a bigger implication on the Blue Jays. But already, the Guardians beat the Twins 5-1.
1-1. Called strike, looked off the plate, but it's 1-2.
That is game 1 of their doubleheader as the Guardians continue to create space in the American League Central. The Cardinals beat the Reds 5-1.
1-2 pitch. Espinal fouls it off to the right side.
Albert Pujols relatively quiet in that one. And another final from Wrigley Field where the Rockies beat the Cubs 3-1.
Former Rocky Raimel Tapia making a big difference in this game. The 1-2 to Espinal is rolled on the ground to short. With 2 hands picked up by Gunnar Henderson, he heaves over to first, and there are 2 outs.
But as you said, Ben, there are some real implications around the American League connected to the Blue Jays in those standings that are, for the most part, pretty closely packed. So we'll take a look at what's coming later tonight. The Mariners will be playing the Angels, and the Angels have Shohei Ohtani on the mound against George Kirby. So the Mariners will have a really tough opponent as they look to try to gain ground on the Blue Jays in the standings tonight.
That would be big for the Blue Jays if the Angels can win another and secure a series win over the Mariners. First pitch to Springer is low. 2 outs, bases empty, 6-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th.
At 6:10 Eastern, so in about an hour's time, the Rays will face the Rangers at the Trop.
1-0. Inside at 98 from the Southpaw Hall, 2-0.
John Gray on the mound for the Rangers. Sean Armstrong on the mound for the Rays. And an hour after that, the Yankees and Brewers will play. Brandon Woodruff against Jamison Tyone.
The 2-0 fouled off into the netting. Woodruff, of course, remarkable last year, hasn't quite had the same success this year. Tyone, part Canadian, parents Canadian, so he could play for the national team. And he had a great start to the year. It's faded a little. 2-1. Hit on the ground, foul to the right side, 2-2. It's a long shot. We talked about it yesterday for the Blue Jays to catch the Yankees in the AL East. But if they could gain another game today, they want to get it to a point where a sweep of the Yankees would potentially put them a game or tied for the division lead. 2-2 is low.
Exactly. And there could be a point, even within the next few days, where the American League East is essentially out of reach for the Blue Jays. And if that happens, so be it. They have to put themselves in the best wild card position possible. But we're not at that point just yet. And so it's worth keeping an eye on the Yankees.
3-2 to Springer is looped to short. An easy backhanded catch for Gunnar Henderson to end the inning. A 1-2-3 frame for DL Hall. He keeps the Orioles down 6-2. And we likely see the Blue Jays pen when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I'm proud to offer premium wireless for just $15 a month. And I'm proud that we have thousands of 5-star reviews from customers like Dan D. in New York, who writes, I am satisfied customer. How can this only be $15? He wrote it in all caps. I needed you to feel it like he feels it. I hope I did that justice, Dan. And I hope that you try Mint too at mintmobile.com/Odyssey.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Mesa is on for the Blue Jays, who are up 6-2 as we enter the 7th. Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. After 12 pitches yesterday, they go to Tim Mesa again for the top of the order.
This makes a lot of sense. Tim Mesa, relatively well rested in the context of a Blue Jays bullpen that has been worked very hard. And he, as a left-handed pitcher, will have the platoon advantage against Mullins to begin, and you turn the switch hitters around, Rutschman and Santander.
First pitch to Mullins is drilled foul to the left side. It's 0-1. Despite his home run yesterday, Adley Rutschman, who's due up second, a markedly worse hitter from the right side than left. Santander could go back and forth. The 0-1 inside. But Santander picked up a pair of hits as a left-handed hitter today, so you may as well turn him around right and see if you can solve him that way.
Yeah, exactly. And then a couple batters later, you've got Gunnar Henderson, a left-handed hitter. Vavra, also a lefty.
1-1. Mullins grounds it to second. Backhand side, picked up by Espinal, throws off his back foot, and retires the speedy Mullins. 1 out. It's been a great day for Santiago Espinal.
Well, consecutive plays, because in the top of the 6th inning, he was able to get Barrios out of there with a very nice defensive play. And then here in the top of the 7th, he's able to come through with another one. And yeah, we've seen it all year from Santiago Espinal, but certainly today, a couple of very nice defensive plays.
That's what helped him to his first All-Star appearance of his Major League career. Likely to be in many All-Star games in the future, Adley Rutschman to the plate for Baltimore. 1 out, base is empty, 6-2 Jays. The left on right pitch outside, 1-0. During today's game, the Toronto Blue Jays gave their Saturday salute to Sub-Lieutenant Tyler Rogerson, a naval warfare officer with over 5 years of service in the Royal Canadian Navy. Mazes 1-0. Pop back foul, 1-1. Tyler Rogerson deployed on HMCS Moncton to West Africa in the Gulf of Guinea and is also a qualified ship's team diver, working closely with other divers, and is currently employed with the dive department at HMCS York. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, a ball and 2 strikes. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud to salute all the brave people of the Canadian Armed Forces who serve our country. Blue Jays rocking the all-red jerseys today. Kevin Gosman, I believe, went out and provided a gift to Tyler Rogerson as the fans were giving him an applause today. 1-2, hit back foul into the mesh. Gosman gets a couple days off after he started the finale of the Rays series. Tomorrow, the Blue Jays have Alek Manoah on the mound. That's a guy you like to put in the final day of a series, whether it's a rubber match or you're trying to sweep.
There's no bad time for Alek Manoah.
That's true. Tim Mays is 1-2 again. Down low with a 94-mile-per-hour heater. Manoah dominated the Orioles last time he pitched against them, helped close out a series win in a 4-game set at Camden Yards. 2-2. Poked to the right side, and that's served into the seats foul. Manoah also had one of his best performances of the year against the Orioles. He went 8 scoreless innings earlier in the year, one of the first times the Orioles and the Blue Jays faced off. These two opponents have played much more in the second half of the year, and part of that is to blame because of the lockout. 2-2, fly to left. Tapia stops now, jogs in slightly to his right, and makes a one-handed catch to the right of his head. 2 down. The Blue Jays have actually been rated as having one of the tougher schedules in baseball, and part of the reason why is earlier in the year, people got the Orioles of old, 16-24 to start the season.
Yep.
The Blue Jays never faced the Orioles of old. They got the Adley Rutschman Orioles a lot this year.
Yeah, it's a big difference. It's a really big difference. Gunnar Henderson, too. I mean, these are really good impact players. Rutschman, I think we can safely say he is an impact major leaguer right now. And so this team is much better.
The pitch to Anthony Santander outside. They were 16-24, even with their loss yesterday. They're 75-68 right now. They've been on par with the Blue Jays in terms of records since Rutschman was promoted. Next pitch is low, 2-0.
Yeah, it's a good team. And next year, of course, we'll see more of a balanced schedule. So there's a chance that you could even see 500 teams in the American League East, depending on what the Red Sox do in the offseason, what kind of pitching the Orioles can sign or trade for as well.
Maze's 2-0. Ground ball hits softly off the padding third base side. Still 2-1.
But the Rays aren't going anywhere. We saw them all week, and that's a very good team. Of course, the Blue Jays will be competitive next year. The Yankees are competitive every year, so it's a tough division, but that more balanced schedule will allow for teams to win more games than they otherwise would have.
I'm convinced the Rays will never go away ever again. I mean, it just doesn't seem to matter who's in their uniforms. 2-1, outside fastball, ball 3. But yeah, all 5 teams. This year you felt like 4 teams had a shot. You probably thought it was Boston and not Baltimore. The 3-1. Hit sharply to short. Good stab by Bo on the forehand side. Jump throw to first across his body in time to end the inning. A defensive showcase from the Blue Jays today. They lead 6-2 as it's time to stretch here at the Rogers Center. We'll be back in the bottom of the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Make your next career move with 2 men in a truck. The company is hiring motivated and...
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uma bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday fun day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Toronto, the Blue Jays trying to clinch a series win. They lead 6-2 over the Orioles. Welcome back to the Rogers Center with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. A pitching change here for the Orioles, brought to you by Certainty, Pro All the Way. The right-hander Brian Baker is out of the bullpen to face 2-3-4. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, and Matt Chapman. And this is a name that the Blue Jays know pretty well.
Absolutely. They do know him pretty well. The 4th batter up would be Teoscar Hernandez. They have exchanged words with Baker. He has certainly thrown his share of words at the Blue Jays. So we'll see if any tensions emerge here.
Here's Baker's first pitch to Vlad. It's a big cut and a miss from Vladdy. 0-1. That whole word exchange ended in the dugouts clearing, the bullpens clearing at Camden Yards. Baker, who actually appeared once for the Blue Jays last year as his major league debut, is making his 59th Oriole appearance of the season. Righty's 0-1. Sharp hopper to short, eats up Henderson. Vladdy's safe again. That'll likely be the second error, although Vladdy hit it hard. But that's 2 bases given to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for free.
Yeah, I wonder if they score that one a hit. I might score that one a hit if I was the official scorer, because he hit it so hard. It was a really tough hop, but a major league shortstop should make that play.
And today, Jorge Mateo, one of the best defensive shortstops in baseball, not in. The rookie Gunnar Henderson, who's played fewer than 20 games and fewer than 10 at short, bobbles it. And they will rule it a hit for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., so his second infield single of the game. Tough start for Baker. Here's Bo Bichette. First pitch, swing and a foul back, 0-1. That's another massive rip. Now, it's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette, so it's not breaking news, but these guys are taking big hacks right now against Baker here in the 7th inning.
They certainly are. A little bit of history with Brian Baker. He was in the organization for a while and seems to have a bit of a vendetta against the Blue Jays.
The 0-1 outside. I mean, he has shown himself to be a capable major league reliever. That's for sure. Enters this game with a 4.05 ERA in nearly 60 games.
And big fastball velocity. Give him all kinds of credit for getting to the major leagues with the Orioles, establishing himself as a valuable reliever for them.
Throw over to first. Vladdy is back standing. In a moment, we'll check on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Bichette taps the two front corners of the plate, adjusts his helmet with his back right hand. Now he has two hands on his black bat. The pitch, poked foul right side, 1-2. It seems like in this recent hot stretch for Bo, I mean, he's always hitting the ball the other way, but he's really sitting on the fastballs, driving them to right, and it's the breaking balls that he'll pull for home runs to left.
And from everything that Bo Bichette has said, that is how he wants to operate when he is at his best. Taking the fastballs to right, pulling everything else.
1-2 pitch. Fouls back a fastball at 99. With Vladdy reaching, that increases the likelihood, by the way, that Teoscar Hernandez and Brian Baker will face off. Baker, the fourth pitcher, third reliever for the Orioles. Blue Jays have a pair of right-handers getting loose in their left field bullpen. 1-2. Popped up behind the plate. That drifts out of play. And about 15 rows up. Still 1-2. For Toronto, it's Jimmy Garcia who went yesterday and David Phelps, who's actually one of the few to rest yesterday, warming up. You think they go to Jimmy if the score stands, but maybe Phelps if it doesn't? I mean, they are up 4.
I would think Phelps comes in.
I lean that way, too. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball hit softly to short. Henderson gloves it, steps on the bag himself, throws to first, 6-3, double play. Oh, Bichette in danger now of losing his 16-game on-base streak. 0 for 4. And with 2 outs and the bases clear, Matt Chapman coming up.
Yeah, and I'll give a few updates here on that out-of-town scoreboard. The Royals have built on their lead over the Red Sox. They now lead 4-0 at Fenway Park. And we mentioned earlier, the Guardians were able to beat the Twins in game 1 of their doubleheader, 5-1.
Pitch to Chapman, taken low.
And in the first game of their doubleheader, the Cardinals beat the Reds by that exact same 5-1 score.
Checking to see if the next Cardinals lineups have come out. Pujols hitless in game 1, and I don't see a lineup yet. 1-0. Hard hit ball through the left side of the infield, on the ground, into left field, a base hit. Well, Matt Chapman says, I'd like to see this Teoscar Hernandez, Brian Baker date. So he's aboard with his first hit of the day. Chapman now 1 for 2 with an RBI on a sac fly, a walk, a run scored. Here's Teoscar Hernandez, similarly 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
And it was Baker who had some words for Teoscar Hernandez not long ago. Teoscar Hernandez looked a bit surprised that Baker had taken issue with him.
Pitch from the right-hander, cut and miss. 0-1. So Teo grounded into a double play. Baker, for some reason, had walked from the mound over near first, clearly making some sort of path. At that point, Teo shrugged it off. It was when the inning ended and Baker again said something that Teoscar really displayed some rage that you just don't see from him. His jersey torn off. 0-1. Called strike on the top left corner of the zone, and it's 0-2.
Afterwards, John Schneider saying, I didn't understand why Brian Baker was looking into our dugout after giving up a run on back-to-back days. So some fiery words exchanged.
0-2 pitch. Low and away. Well, Schneider gets the intensity here of the push. I mean, everyone saw that clip with him and the Rays dugouts and them going back and forth a little bit last series. He's a guy who's been in plenty of playoff races and won titles at the minor league level with a lot of these players. And now his first time doing it at the major league level as interim manager. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Teoscar doesn't budge, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Teo had also stated after the conflict that he thought him and Brian Baker were cool with each other. They've obviously seen each other for the time that Baker was with the Blue Jays and Baker in the system. A lot of these guys, whether it be when they were coming up or on rehabs or whatever else, would have probably interacted with him as well. But now he's on the dark side. 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. 100 miles per hour with the fastball to beat Hernandez and end the frame. The Blue Jays with 2 hits. They leave 1 on. They lead 6-2 at the end of 7. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Right now, Tapia clears the deck for the second time in the series.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Eighth inning here at the Rogers Center. Blue Jays leading 6-2. They've led the whole way, and they have made another pitching change brought to you by Certainty Pro all the way. The right-hander and setup man, Jimmy Garcia, into this 6-2 game. He was warming up with Phelps in the bottom half of the 7th, and Jimmy on to face Jesus Aguilar, Gunnar Henderson, and Taryn Vavra. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. Both of us maybe a little bit surprised at the move. Here's Jimmy's first pitch to Aguilar. It's inside, ball 1.
He has been used very heavily this week. Jimmy Garcia threw 22 pitches on Monday, 25 on Wednesday, 11 more last night. Here he is again for the 4th time in 6 days.
The 1-0 is grounded foul, 1-1. And it's not a game that currently lines up for a save situation. That doesn't dictate everything these days in baseball, but I would have personally maybe bet more on Jordan Romano going 6 outs than I would have on Jimmy pitching today.
I thought it might be Phelps for 1, Romano for 1, but here's Jimmy.
John Schneider saying they want to push. This is a big game for the Blue Jays. The 1-1 is chopped, and Vladdy has it just go off his bare hand near the third base side camera well. They won't give him an error for that one. It's 1-2. And I guess perhaps here, just John Schneider seeing an opportunity, you could win the series right now if you throw your best out there.
Absolutely. This is a game the Blue Jays can and now should win.
1-2 pitch. Aguilar sprays it down the right field line, foul. Jordan Romano is up. He's walking around. If there were to be any trouble this inning, you'd figure he'd just come in and try and clean it up. Jimmy Garcia finished out yesterday's game. The 1-2 fouled back on the ground off the backstop. Funny enough, Garcia entered that game with a 6-2 score, allowed a solo home run to Gunnar Henderson, who is on deck, but finished it out for the Blue Jays to win game 1. This is game 2, and tomorrow it's a 1:37 first pitch for Alek Manoah in game 3. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Garcia elevates at 96 miles per hour. There's the first out.
Well, that's a good sign. Jimmy Garcia on 0 days rest, coming out there with 96 miles an hour. I would imagine that after pitching 4 of 6, he gets tomorrow. Jays are off on Monday, so that would be at least 2 days for him to recover before the Philadelphia series.
Blue Jays and Orioles almost at exact opposite points in their schedule. Blue Jays are in one of their most hectic weeks of the year with the 5-game, 4-day series. The Orioles had 2 off days this week, Monday and Thursday, but will not have one for the rest of the year. And I think if you told John Schneider what you just had or what the Orioles have coming up, you take the Blue Jays situation every time. Pitch to Gunnar Henderson inside against the lefty swinger, 1-0.
And is much of a toll as this past week has put on the Blue Jays, they're actually in a reasonably good spot considering how many innings they've had to log.
Yesterday they used 7 pitchers in a bullpen game, picked up a win, 1-0. Outside 2-0. And all the 1-inning guys stayed at 20 or fewer pitches yesterday. A lot of them, if you needed available, I'm not sure they almost surely won't need a guy like an Anthony Bass today. Next pitch is hit hard down the left field line on the ground. It rolls into the corner, a fair ball. Henderson rounding first, heading to second. The throw is there, but it's late, and it's a double for Gunnar Henderson with 1 out.
Second hit of the day for Henderson, who shows off his speed there as he glides into second base.
Second hit in as many nights off Jimmy Garcia. Both extra base hits for Henderson. But I was saying, I think you could have probably used a Bass, used a Simber if you absolutely needed to today, but you don't because Jose Barrios pitched 6 strong innings.
And because the Jays had a little bit of a lead after that Raimel Tapia bases clearing double, they push Barrios for 1 more inning, saves the bullpen a little bit.
Here's a pitch away from Terrin Vavra. Lefty swinger is 1 for 3, and it's a 1-ball, no strike count. 6-2 Blue Jays, top of the 8th with 1 out and a runner on second. The September sprint continues with the Blue Jays in hot pursuit of the New York Yankees at Rogers Center on the 26th to 28th. 1-0, fouled back, and it lands in the 200 level. Blue Jays hoping to catch the Yankees and secure a division title for the first time since 2015. Get loud and bring the energy to the ballpark every single game. September baseball is sure to have some of the biggest moments of the season. Get tickets today at BlueJays.com. Jimmy's 1-1. Again fouled back left side, and it's 1-2. Tapia, who provided that insurance you mentioned, he'll lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. It could line up for Romano to be up against the bottom of the order, but it feels like pretty much no matter what, they just want to get him into this game, having thrown 14 pitches in the last 5 days. The 1-2 inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And even if they need Romano tomorrow as well, you do have that off day Monday, so they're in a very good position with respect to their closer.
They have pushed his workload up and up a little bit more in the second half, too, and he has responded by pitching better. An all-star for his first half performance, but his overall numbers will look very strong. 2-2, lifted left side, and fouled. Vavra consistently late, but not too late on the Jimmy Garcia fastball. 2-2 pitch. Outside, 3-2. Romano, he's not throwing yet, but he's inching closer and closer to putting his foot on that rubber. On the other side, Keegan Aiken is throwing for the Orioles. Left-hander, and with two Blue Jay lefty swingers due up in the 8th inning, you could see why. 3-2 pitch, hit on the ground to right field, a base hit. New right fielder Jackie Bradley Jr. picks it up. A run will come in to score as Henderson scores standing. It's an RBI single for Taran Vavra, his 8th RBI as a major leaguer. 6-3.
Well, as good as Jackie Bradley Jr.'s throwing arm is, he just did not have a play on this one as Rougned Odor steps in and the Jays fans respond.
Jordan Romano is now warming up. The tying run in this game is on deck. Currently, Rougned Odor getting showered on with boos by Blue Jay fans.
Couple of Orioles villains in this game between Brian Baker and Rougned Odor.
Odor probably telling Baker, you don't know the half of it, not having these fans like you.
Exactly.
Odor batting left. Righty Garcia offers and drops in a backdoor breaking ball. 0-1. Odor with a pop out and a pair of ground outs. He's the only Oriole to not reach base today. Currently a 196 hitter with a low 600s OPS. Next pitch, cut and a miss, and it's 0-2. Although the colors have changed, the look is the same for Odor, the classic big beard. The Yankees took that away from him for a bit. I think we all agreed, and Rougned did as well, that it's good for him to have the beard back. That's his look.
It's appropriate.
Hiked up socks. He's ready to go. The 0-2 is just a hair high.
Yes, the full Rougned Odor experience demands that beard.
He's got a brand, if nothing else. I mean, he's got a look. You know what he's about. Big chain and all. Last 2 home runs for Odor of his 12 this year have come off the Blue Jays. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, tipped into the glove of Jansen, who held on. There are 2 down. High fastball at 94. They'll give Garcia a chance to pitch out of this inning. He's allowed 2 hits and 1 run, but it's still 6-3 Blue Jays as Ramon Urias comes to the plate.
I would imagine for a couple reasons, this is likely the last batter that Garcia faces. Pitch count to 20 at this point.
First pitch, breaking ball, strike 1.
And you've got Romano ready. And Garcia has a chance to escape here with minimal damage, but he's been used heavily, and we're seeing more 94s than 97s.
Hasn't been at his sharpest today and yesterday for the majority of this second half. He's been as sure as Jordan Romano has been. The 0-1. Fouled back, and it's 0-2. 94 exactly on that sinker. George Springer in center field playing just to the opposite side, ready for a ball hit in between him and Jackie Bradley Jr. and right. The 0-2, breaking ball, making a fastball high, ball and 2 strikes. Over 44,000 on hand today, and this is about as loud as they have been. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Garcia spins off the mound after striking out a trio of hitters in the 8th. Baltimore does chip away at the deficit with a run on 2 hits, but it's still 6-3 Blue Jays. Final chance for insurance when we return in the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio. Are you considering a new audio video system for your home? Wouldn't it be nice to see a real-life application of the latest and greatest technology? Then visit EOC Audio's all-new lifestyle showroom in Nile. See technology in a home-like setting. Listen to some amazing Golden Ear or B&W speakers, experience an outdoor system, and take a few swings on the golf simulator. You can even check out what a TV in the shower looks like. Schedule your tour today at eocaudio.com. That's eocaudio.com.
Authority of Rogers Blue Jays baseball partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays baseball partnership or the Sportsnet radio network. Left-hander Keegan Aiken on for the Orioles in the bottom of the eighth. Pitching change brought to you by Certainteed, pro all the way. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Ben Nicholson-Smith. And Aiken in because left-handed hitter Raimel Tapia leads off. 6-3 Blue Jays. Baltimore did tack on one in the eighth, their first run since the third. Same as our final score yesterday. First pitch to Tapia, strike one from the southpaw Aiken. Well, Raimel's double is the difference in this game. A 3-run double as he swings and pokes it back foul 0-2. Cleared the bases in the fifth. Made it a 6-2 game then, and that completely changed the complexion of the game in terms of pitching strategy and everything else.
It absolutely did. It was the big swing of the day for the Blue Jays. George Springer also with a 2-run double in the second inning.
Next pitch to Tapia, cut and a miss. Fastball in on the hands. Strike three.
And really, I've been impressed by the Blue Jays defense today. We've really seen some good plays. Springer with a great catch. Mo Bichette with a great 6-3 play earlier. Santiago Espinal has a couple very nice defensive plays at second base. So they've helped themselves out defensively today.
Jose Barrios came off the mound well a couple times, too. He went 6 innings of 2-run ball as the starter today. Former starter Keegan Aiken deals to Danny Jansen, called strike one. Third year with the Orioles. Aiken was a starter in 2020, 4.56 ERA, mostly a starter in 2021. The 0-1 pitch, wave and a miss. And in that 2021 season, had an ERA almost at 7. So they decided this year, let's put him in the pen. This is his 40th appearance. He has a 3.03 ERA. Next pitch is cut on and missed, and that's another strikeout. Keegan Aiken looking good through 2 batters.
He really is. Danny Jansen was late on those fastballs. You don't always see that from Jansen, who certainly has the bat speed to catch up, but Aiken able to overpower him with 96 right there.
Now here's another left-handed hitter for Keegan Aiken to face. By the way, we're here in the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. First pitch down and away to Biggio. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. 1-0. Called strike. Fastball is humming in the mid-90s. Expect plenty of that juice coming up in the top of the 9th inning. Jordan Romano is pretty much warm at this point. 1-1 outside. And with that run allowed, it will likely be a safe situation for Romano. We have to see how this bottom of the 8th ends. But Blue Jays up 6-3. The 2-1 outside. Bases are empty. 3 infielders on the right side against the pull hitter Biggio. There are 2 outs. The 3-1. Biggio pops it back again near the booths to our left, and it's 3-2. Alek Manoah right now in the dugout using the muscle machine, the one that repetitively pelts you to just kind of loosen you up. He is getting ready for a 1:30 start tomorrow. 3-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Keegan Aiken fans the side, but the Orioles remain down by 3. When we return to the 9th, Jordan Romano looks for a save in this 6-3 game. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Into the front row, and it goes! The Blue Jays have gone back to back!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Top of the 9th inning at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays up 6-3. The closer is in the game with that fire in his eyes, matching the red jersey. Jordan Romano is on. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. Romano gets 9-1-2, starting with Kyle Stowers.
A well-rested Jordan Romano is a fearsome sight for any American League team, the Baltimore Orioles included. 3-run lead, relatively fresh arm. Let's see where this velocity takes him here.
Has not pitched since Tuesday when he threw 3 pitches, 11 the day before that. His right-on-left offering is poured over for a strike. Slider that dropped in. It's 0-1. 56th game of the year for Romano. In the set, he offers. Swing and a miss. Another slider, this one back ankle, and it's 0-2. Not hard to see why Romano, with his 33 saves, is second in all of baseball to Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase.
Which is almost surprising. I mean, here we are closing in toward the end of the season, and he is second in baseball.
0-2. Popped up left side of the infield. They're shifting, so only Chapman there, running from the shortstop position near the third base coach's box. He makes the catch. one down. Quick check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Texas and Tampa Bay have started. No score, top of the first there. With a win right now, the Blue Jays could move 2 up on Tampa. And if Texas helps them out again, maybe an old friend Marcus Semien pitching in, then they could end the day 2.5 games clear of the race. That would be big. But right now the task is Cedric Mullins. 1 out, and the base is empty. 6-3 Blue Jays. Romano's pitch. Called strike 1, 98 on the inner edge.
That velocity, a great sign for the Blue Jays.
The 0-1. Fouled back, 0-2. And Romano had mentioned to me today that, in bringing up how his life could have changed, the fact that he was once claimed by Texas, but then given back to the Blue Jays essentially because he didn't make the Rangers roster. He says he never really thinks about that. He is just in this spot right now, and it's a really good spot for him. 0-2 pitch, high and away.
Those Rule 5 picks can be a great opportunity for players, but in this case, it was the best thing possible for him to come back to Toronto and now emerge as one of the best closers in baseball.
Not far on the map from where he grew up. He's closing games. The 0-2 is tagged to right field. Bradley going back at the track, and he makes the catch in front of the wall. Boy, Bradley got into a jog because he's a really good outfielder, but he does that, and it looks like he's thinking the ball's going over the wall. Instead, it settled over his shoulder into his glove.
He had a little grin on his face as he threw that one back to the infield. Just a tremendous outfielder, a great advantage for the Blue Jays to be able to put him in right field late in games. You have Bradley Zimmer if you want. Of course, George Springer has made a great defensive play of his own in center field today.
Jackie Bradley came on after the Teoscar at bat in the 7th. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. 6-3 Blue Jays. Bases are empty, and Adley Rutschman is at the plate. The pitch. Called strike 1 with a slider. This is the matchup you want to see. The closer against the best player the Orioles have. Rutschman today is 2 for 4. Fans on their feet. The 0-1. Called strike 2. Might have got a little help there on a backdoor slider. Orioles down to their final strike. The Blue Jays scored early, and Raimel Tapia provided a big 3-run double. Romano can't hear amid the support for him, so he's stepping off to cup his ear and make sure the pitch comm is feeding him the right pitches. Now he's in the set. Fans remain on their feet. The 0-2 lifted down the left field line. That'll go into the seats foul, and we will continue for at least one more pitch. It was George Springer early on for the Blue Jays. 2 hits, that 2-run double, Raimel Tapia later, and a really solid pitching performance again. Romano set at the belt. He kicks and delivers just outside. A check swing and a peel down to third. Jeremy Rehak says no swing. Did appear to be a little bit off the plate. It's 1-2.
Good take there by Adley Rutschman, who has to defend against a 100-mile-an-hour fastball we saw from Romano a couple pitches ago.
The 1-2 went with another slider. This one misses outside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rutschman is not one to chase. Entered today's game with a .379 on base percentage against right-handed pitching. The next pitch is tagged foul left side into the seats again, and Rutschman handing out some souvenirs at least before this one's wrapped up.
He seems to be very patient up there, making sure that he gets a good look at the pitch. Maybe a bit late on some of these pitches, but still staying alive.
Two again. hammered foul down the right field line. That lands on a line in the second deck. Another slider, and now it looks like Rushman is really seeing it well. Maybe an opportunity to switch back to the fastball. It's been a 7-pitch at bat. Here's number 8. It's a fastball too high, taken by Adley Rushman. It's 3-2. Well, credit to the rookie catcher. If the Orioles are going to go down, they're not going to do it easily. From 0-2 to 3-2, Romano's pitch. Swing and a foul ball. It looked for a moment like it was a swing and a miss, but it actually just tipped off of Adley Rushman, so it's still 3-2.
Thousands were fooled.
Yes. Over 44,000, 448 to be exact. Romano staring in. Brings his front foot back. The 3-2. High and outside with a slider. Ball 4. What an at-bat there from Adley Rushman against one of the best closers in baseball.
Absolutely fouling off all kinds of pitches, some to left, some down the right field line, and ultimately working a walk against a pitcher who has been attacking the strike zone. I mean, it's almost a bit surprising to say after he walks a guy, but Jordan Romano is throwing a lot of strikes today.
He started Rushman with 2 called strikes. 4 foul balls helped earn Adley 4 balls. First pitch to Santander, a wave and a miss. 0-1. I mean, you're still not dealing with the tying run at the plate, so you can continue to be aggressive. Jesus Aguilar on deck represents the tying run. Santander, a switch hitter, batting left. The 0-1. Fly to right field. Jackie Bradley Jr. to right center. He's got it in stride, and that's the ball game. The Blue Jays win 6-3, the 34th save of the year for Jordan Romano, and an all-around really strong performance for Toronto.
It truly was. They were able to get some big hits, one from George Springer and a bases-clearing double from Raimel Tapia. On the pitching side, they got some solid production from Jose Barrios, who gave them 6 innings. Then the bullpen came in to close things out, punctuated by Romano, of course. And defensively, they had some really good plays. So they take the series from the Orioles. They now have a 7-game separation between themselves and the Baltimore Orioles. And now the pressure's on their rivals in that wild card chase tonight as the Rays play the Rangers, as the Mariners play the Angels. The Blue Jays now establishing themselves as that top seed.
We will take a look at the standings and a whole lot else coming up. Appreciate you tuning in, but our coverage is not done following the 6-3 win. We will be back in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite?
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uba bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and security. So from simple to the extreme, whether it's hanging a TV, building an outdoor oasis for you and the whole family to enjoy, integrating a theater into your existing living space, at EOC, we're about exceeding your expectations. And the best way for us to do that is to make sure you understand how everything works when we're done. That's what differentiates EOC Audio from all the rest. Visit our new showroom in Nile or check us out at EOCaudio.com. That's EOCaudio.com.
6-3 over the Baltimore Orioles for the second consecutive night. And with that, they have locked up a series win. Another strong pitching performance for Toronto instead of the bullpen game. Jose Barrios goes 6 innings for the Blue Jays. He fought through some trouble, Ben Nicholson-Smith, but his 5th inning and then finally closing it out with that great defensive play from Espinal to give them 6 was massive.
Absolutely, to just keep it close. They don't need perfection from Jose Barrios. Of course, he was their opening day starter this year. He is signed to a $131 million extension. But all of that, let's put it aside. What do the Blue Jays need right now? They need innings after a bullpen game. They need someone who can give them consistency. And Barrios has not been consistent this year, but he is inching toward a point of reliability. And they will need him in the playoffs. They will need 4 starters, including Stripling, including, of course, Gausman and Manoah, who goes tomorrow. But Barrios was solid enough today against Baltimore.
And at least one thing fans might like when you look at his ERA now, it starts with a 4 rather than a 5. And it hasn't been that way in a while, albeit it is 4.99. Let's do a quick Bet365 standings update after the Blue Jays win. They are currently, with the Yankees set to play tonight, 5 games back of the New York Yankees for the American League East. They are a game up on Seattle for the second wildcard spot, Blue Jays in the first wildcard spot, and they are up 2 games on the Tampa Bay Rays for that third wildcard spot. So it's looking really good. The Orioles dropped 7 behind the Blue Jays, which it's been at least a month and a half, if not longer, since that has been the case. Toronto needed to win this series to really try and bury Baltimore, and they have done that.
Yeah, it is really hard to imagine now that the Orioles can threaten the Blue Jays in a meaningful way. Now, maybe Baltimore pushes for one of the other wild card spots, but at this point, 4 games head-to-head remaining between these two teams, a 7-game difference. Time is ticking for the Baltimore Orioles, who really needed to push and really take, ideally, 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays. Clearly, they've lost this series now. The Blue Jays have a chance to sweep with their best starting pitcher on the mound tomorrow after getting through that bullpen game and a good start from Barrios. So they're in a great spot as they head into the finale tomorrow afternoon.
The Blue Jays score 6 runs on 9 hits, commit an error. Baltimore 3 runs on 9 hits, an error themselves. Today's game took flat 3 hours. Another relatively quick one in front of a crowd that nearly sold this place out, 44,000 and about 400 and change. So the Blue Jays, with that win, they improved to 83 and 63. And the biggest reason they had the win was the 3-run double in the 5th inning from one Raimel Tapia. He is our player of the game, presented by Bet365. Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook with 63 million members worldwide. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. If you missed it earlier, here's that Tapia play right now. While the Blue Jays have struggled with runners in scoring position, Raimel Tapia, a great bases loaded hitter, over 400 with the bases loaded in his career, including 4 grand slams. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right center field. Mullins going back. It's over his head and it 1 hops to the wall. Vladdy in to score. Chapman scores. Behind them, Teoscar. A bases clearing double for Raimel Tapia. 6-2.
Well, just a huge hit from Raimel Tapia, whose bases loaded success continues in a huge spot there. The Blue Jays had loaded the bases with an error and 2 walks in that situation. So it's not as though they were ringing doubles off the wall until Tapia stepped in and gave them just a huge hit. He's someone who gives them a different look compared to a very right-handed lineup. The trade, of course, of Randall Grichuk for Tapia that brought him over here. He hasn't been, an offensive cog in the same way that, of course, Teoscar and Springer and Vladdy are, but he's still able to give them a little bit of variety, lefty swing, and none bigger today than what he was able to give them with that double.
And they really needed it now because, no Lourdes Gurriel still. His IL stint ends tomorrow, but he may not play tomorrow. And they got big contributions from the back half of the lineup. Tapia's 3-run double, but also their 2-run second inning started by Kevin Biggio and Santiago Espinal singles. So a good one for the Blue Jays. They look to sweep the Orioles and establish a 9-7 lead in the season series with Alek Manoah on the mound at 1:37. You can catch us starting at 1:30. However, Manoah is opposed by one of the surer Baltimore starters. Dean Kramer brings his 7-5 record and 3.34 ERA to the bump to oppose Manoah before a Monday off day. It's the finale of the third to last series of the season. It should be a ton of fun. We hope you can join us then. But for now, we have a lot more coming up. Blue Jays talk will start right now.
All right, Ben, I promise this is the only time I'll mention this today, okay? We'll get it out of the way, and then we won't discuss it again. The red jerseys, through the last 3 starts, the Jays have worn them with Barrios on the mound, have somehow managed to not be a curse. I know I mention it every single time, and you and I have texted about this even when we're not doing Jays talk. People text on the text line all the time. They tweet us all the time about the red jerseys. As of late, not a lot of consternation with them, which is nice. I'd still like to personally generally never see them outside of Canada Day, but I saw a tweet to you and to Ben earlier from Greg McGrath that simply said, Ben, please tell Barrios the Reds are for Canada Day only. So I think people are in agreement, but it's nice. It wasn't something that held them back today, it seems.
Yes, there was concern that there might be a curse. There was concern. I won't say where this concern originated, but there definitely was concern. Now I think we can push that aside. They have won with the red jerseys. Now, I tend to agree. I just think this is a team that looks great in its home whites. They have a great home white uniform. They've got some nice alternates as well. But Barrios certainly seems to love the Reds. He does. He really does. I remember when I had seen the news that it was Barrios who specifically picked them out. And, hey, I kind of – did I question some Barrios judgment there? Absolutely. When I read that, 1,000%. But, hey, it hasn't been them as we discuss a Blue Jays 6-3 win over the Orioles. That's Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Show Ali. Welcome to Jays Talk here, of course, on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Again, Blue Jays winners 6-3 for the second straight day, actually. They won 6-3 last night as well. They take this series with the win. Now, winners of 6 of their last 7 against the O's. I believe, Ben, it means that no matter what happens tonight, the Jays will wake up tomorrow morning with sole possession of first place in the wild card race. So even if the Rays win, even if the Mariners win, doesn't matter. You still want to see the other teams take it over those two guys. But no matter if they win or not, the Blue Jays will wake up on Sunday with first possession of the wild card race. And on Sunday, of course, they will take aim at the series sweep with Alek Manoah on the mound. But give us a call. Let's do that Jays Talk. 416-870-0590, 1-888-660-0590, star 590 on your cellular device. 590-590 is a text line, name and location. Of course, we got to start, I would think, with Jose Barrios, right? Because the Barrios over Stripling or Stripling over Barrios conversation has been one that has dominated the thoughts of Blue Jays fans, I dare say, for, maybe since the All-Star break, maybe shortly after the All-Star break. And I feel like we've gone back and forth. Today, though, on Barrios, it certainly seemed like he labored a little bit, right, Ben? He didn't have his best pitch. You saw some flashes from the curveball, for example, but his it kind of seemed as though there was traffic on the bases pretty much the entire game, right? Like he got through an efficient first inning. After that, guys got on for the rest of his entire outing in more or less every inning, maybe apart from the 6th inning, which was his last inning there. Lots of lefties in the lineup from Brandon Hyde, which was, of course, you do that on purpose. You stack things with the lefties as much as possible against Barrios. No doubt you want more than 5 from a guy who's being paid that much money. The calculus seemed to change after Tapia knocked in the bases clearing double, because it certainly seemed like he was done after a 3-2 lead after 5. But still, they ran him back out there for the 6th inning. He was pretty efficient in that 6th inning as well. And it's important, especially at the day after a bullpen day,
for even with a taxed bullpen, you still feel pretty good about any of those guys at any point. But it's important for him to go a little bit longer after a bullpen day.
Yeah, Barrios was effective enough today. It was a tough matchup for him, as you said, Joe, with all of those left-handed hitters and switch hitters. And he has really struggled against lefty hitters. That continued today, so that will still be something the Blue Jays have to monitor. He's someone that you have to match up carefully, ideally. I mean, if there's a lineup that has more right-handed hitters as you move into the postseason, maybe that's a good spot for Jose Barrios to pitch. Certainly, if there's a lefty-heavy lineup, you want to be really cautious about that because of the success that lefties have had. So today, we saw him use that changeup more. We saw him work in and out of trouble consistently. We did not see a lot of strikeouts from Barrios. We did see velocity at times from him, but it was a start that was more serviceable than impressive. But still, the Jays needed it, and it certainly helped them toward that second consecutive win.
So 6 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts from Jose Barrios today. He did get the win, so he's 11-5 on the year. I know win-loss records don't mean a whole ton, but still he got his 11th win of the season. Blue Jays improved to 6-0 over his last 6 starts. And so, again, like you said, I think serviceable is definitely the right word. Do you think that we had this conversation yesterday, so I feel like it's appropriate to ask, given that he pitched today, Barrios. Do you think that changes people's minds if they were still on Team Barrios over Stripling for a potential third start, or you think maybe it didn't really have anything to do with that today?
Well, for the Blue Jays, I think they have to assess this case by case. So they're going to need both of them. To me, if you had an absolutely neutral matchup where on paper Stripling and Barrios were both equally favored, I think Stripling has still done enough with his consistency this year and with his changeup and with all of the things that he does well to probably still be ahead of Stripling. However, Barrios, it continues to just be good enough that he belongs in that conversation, and certainly the Jays will be needing him in some big spots.
Absolutely, yeah. I see a couple, a number of Barrios texts here on the text line. For example, I see this one from, this one's from Frank in Keswick, long-haul truck driver traveling across our beautiful country. You guys have got to get off Barrios' back. He did his job. He gave you 6 innings, whether he had runners on base or not. Cut this guy some slack. He did his job. You know what? That's fair. He did his job. If you get 6 innings from your starter, in the world of 2022 Major League Baseball, 6 innings out of your starter, and in the end, 2 runs? You probably take that no matter who it is, right? I guess, I think it's a fair point from Frank. If the starter is Garrett Cole or Corbin Burns or really any starter, if you get 6 innings and 2 earned runs, the way bullpens are deployed, generally speaking, across baseball in 2022, you probably take that.
Absolutely. And so if we're talking about today only, let's give Jose Barrios credit. He did his job. He is a big reason that the Blue Jays won today. And really, after a bullpen game, they needed him. If we're talking about how do they assess things moving forward, then I still think you have to have a critical eye. You still have to look at how he got there. And so that's where we bring in the runners on base. How was he striking people out? How was he attacking hitters? And again, there was enough there that you certainly feel confident with Barrios in a big setting if you have to go there, and they probably will. And yet it's still a 4.99 ERA, as Ben Schulman said at the end of the broadcast. That reflects a season that has been very inconsistent.
Yeah, it's been an up and down season for Barrios, no doubt. But I think in the last, let's say month maybe of starts for Barrios has been a little more consistent, which is what you want to see. Jeff texting in from Edmonton says, hey, if the red jersey has Barrios pitching more consistently, then I look forward to them every 5 days. I like that one. There's no text, there's no name on this one. I like the red jerseys. They don't replace the regular uniforms. They look good. Will people stop whining about them? Matt in Toronto, I kind of like the red uniforms, and in that they are now a Barrios thing, especially if Barrios keeps delivering 6 innings and winning games with them. I keep hearing people on the radio being very critical of him. I wish they would cut him a little more slack. He has been pitching out of trouble, but he has also been giving his team a chance to win. And this one from Chris in Vancouver. Nice to see Barrios battle today. Didn't have his curve, but got by with the fastball and changeup against the heavy lefty lineup. Good to see he can still compete without his best pitch. I think that's a good point from Chris, because we have seen in the games where Barrios has gotten into trouble and has been unable to get himself out of jams, it's the breaking balls have not been breaking as much as you want, not as much run on some of those pitches. And then when he does go to the fastball, it gets smoked, right? And so today, didn't see that a whole ton, especially against a team like the Orioles that, like you and Ben were talking about during the broadcast, a lot of switch hitters, a lot of lefty hitters as well. It was not the most inspiring performance from the Orioles hitters regardless. Like outside of maybe Vavra, Rutschman, and Gunnar Henderson, certainly. Maybe one other guy. If you want to add Kyle Stowers in there, he's a rookie as well. Maybe he'll be in the plans going forward. A lot of the veterans on this team for the Orioles did not have very competitive at-bats. And whether you want to chalk that up to them not playing well or Barrios just being able to get their number today, it's up to you. But I'd lean more towards Barrios being effective, like Chris said, even without his best pitch.
And once again, too, we should give credit to the bullpen because they were able to give 3 innings after Barrios departed. So Tim Meza in there for a scoreless 7th. Jimmy Garcia did give up a run, but still able to strike out a couple batters. And Jordan Romano working around that Adley Rutschman walk to pitch a scoreless 9th. So that's another 3 innings, just 1 run allowed from the bullpen. After a bullpen day, this bullpen has really supported what the starting rotation has done.
I do want to talk about the bullpen. We'll get to the phone lines here, though, in a second. But first, the Adley Rutschman AB against Romano in the top of the 9th. I got to say, I'm very impressed. Very impressed. I don't know if I'm quite ready to say Rutschman is like a top 5 catcher just yet. I mean, he's a rookie. There's plenty of time for that later on. But I mean, if he's not, he's very close.
Yeah, I think it was a very impressive at-bat. Totally agree with you there, Show. And to me, he is one of the top 5 catchers in baseball right now.
All right. I'm just trying to think of, I'm trying to list them in my head here. I mean, I'd probably take like Salvador Perez. I'd probably take like Will Smith and JT Real Muto.
Who else?
Yeah, maybe not.
You need 2 more. Yeah, he's good.
What, Yasmani Grandal, maybe, but he's been injured a lot this year. He hasn't played a ton this season. It's true. No, it's true. I'm guilty of thinking about things, I freely admit, in like a fantasy baseball perspective sometimes. Absolutely. But it's true. Maybe you're right. Maybe he is like in that 4 or 5 spot. Absolutely. He has been very, very good this season. Let's get to the phone lines though. 416-870-0590. Star 590 on your cell phone, 1-888-666-0590. You can also text us again at 590-590. Leave your name and location. But on the phone lines right now, Ian calling in from Toronto. Ian, how's it going? Welcome to Jays Talk.
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. Thanks for calling in. What do you want to talk about?
So Barrios, and Barrios has had ups and downs all year, but I mean, I was just looking at it. He's had, in his last 6 starts, almost everyone's qualified as a quality start. The ERA is to basically 3. I think maybe he's starting to figure it out, but like you said, if he doesn't have the secondary pitches, then people are going to just sit on his fastball and they're just going to rake all day. With regards to Adley Rutschman, if he is top 5 right now in my book, and he will be number 1 very soon. I mean, the kid has all the talent in the world, especially after he came up at the beginning. One question that I have is with the playoffs coming around, and let's be honest, I think the Jays have cleared enough space with Baltimore at this point that they don't necessarily have to worry if they go 500 from here on. We're good to go for the playoffs. Does Kikuchi actually get on the playoff roster?
Oh, gosh. Thanks for the call, Ian. I appreciate it, man. Drive safe. Sounds like you're in your car. Drive safe. Gosh, Kikuchi, I would think, I hate to say yes. I would think probably yes, if only because, well, I guess if we're talking about the active 25-man roster, maybe not. But if we're talking about that full 40-man roster, probably. But 25-man, 26-man playoff roster, if he's not on there, is anyone going to be too upset? I think probably yes, if only because they who else fills that spot, essentially? Would you rather have, like we talked about yesterday, Taylor Cicero or Matt Gage? Like where do you fall on that?
It's a great question, Ian. Thanks for the call. I assume the Jays are having these discussions internally. If they aren't now, they will have to at some point soon. I think the alternate would be a Mitch White to Kikuchi. You're going to want someone who can absorb 4 or 5 innings in a low leverage situation in case something happens in game 1 and you're down 8-1 and you just don't want to burn your top relievers. Well, you need to have someone available. And to me, I would lean Mitch White over Kikuchi in that situation. I do not think Kikuchi has a guaranteed spot on the Blue Jays playoff roster. There could be configurations depending on injury, depending on how things match up against the opponent that they have in the first round, where Kikuchi is on. But I think no guarantees for him at this point.
Yeah, and how could there be, right? How could there be guarantees for Kikuchi at this point? I think we have all seen, fans and media, I think we've all seen enough from Kikuchi to kind of know what he is at this point. And again, last night didn't damage the Blue Jays too much. And it will be interesting to see Well, I guess it'll depend on how tomorrow's game goes, because there's an off day on Monday, and then they go to Philly for 2, and then they play Tampa Bay, I think, for the last time this season in Tampa Bay at the Trop. So it'll be interesting to see how much Kikuchi is used between now and, let's say, next weekend, right? Because they're going to come back home. I guess they're coming back home not tomorrow, not this coming Monday, but the following Monday. They're going to come back home and take on the Yankees. So between tomorrow's game against the Orioles, 2 against the Phillies, 3 against the Rays, I'll be fascinated to see how a bullpen that has been taxed pretty heavily will be able to be deployed, given that Kikuchi is almost certainly going to appear at some point here, I would think.
Well, and I think in the regular season, there's definitely a use for Kikuchi where if there's a low leverage situation, someone has to pitch those innings, and you don't want it to be one of your prime relievers. Obviously, your starting pitchers are going to be out if that's the situation. So there's a role there for someone like a Kikuchi just to get you through. In the playoffs, you need someone to be available for that as well. Yeah. But again, I think Mitch White has to be in that discussion too.
Nate Pearson, he's on the playoff roster.
First, he's got to be on the regular season roster. One step at a time, show. I see
a text here. This is for you, actually, Ben. Nadeem texting in from Whitby. When does Nate get a look this season after his next AAA, if his next AAA start goes well? Do they want to add him to the rotation for the postseason, or is it too late to trust him with any leverage for this season? And then there's another text here. Hi, Mark from Thorold. Do you guys feel that in 10 to 14 days, Nate Pearson will be on the Blue Jays roster? I do. So some optimism about Nate Pearson. Honestly, for me, I don't know where you fall on Nate Pearson these days, Ben. If Nate Pearson throws even one pitch at the major league level, that's a ringing success as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be the next step that he has to take is to get here and to get a chance. The question for me is, who are you taking out of the bullpen for Pearson? Maybe some people are thinking, okay, Kikuchi. However, it's not quite as simple as that. Kikuchi has indicated a willingness to go to the minor leagues in the past. At this point in the season, it's certainly getting late for that sort of a reset for any pitcher. I don't know that you're taking out, obviously, Ameza, Richards, Phelps, Bass, Simber, Garcia, Romano, Merriweather. They have all shown themselves to be valuable contributors. You're not just going to dispose of them. Yeah. Zach Pop has maybe a bit more of a precarious hold on a bullpen spot. I just don't think the Blue Jays are going to go out of their way to get Pearson up here unless he really forces his hand.
Zach Pop is such an intriguing player to me because he has that pitch that induces like an absurd rate of ground balls, essentially, right? And I don't know if we saw him to close out a game the other day. I don't know if that's something you're going to see too often, but I think it was Blair who was telling me, and he had said this on Blair and Barker, and he and I were chatting about this as well. I think it was on one of the Jays pregame shows about a week or two ago, but how the Jays feel like they really have something special in Zach Pop. He's going to have to, in the offseason, go down to that player performance complex they have down in Florida and Dunedin, and they're going to work on some pitch mix type stuff. There's been interesting comments about not just Pete Walker, but how the Blue Jays staff and they're all the people, all the analytics they use to improve pitches and identify what works for one particular guy and what doesn't work for someone else. I think they're very optimistic from what I've heard about Zach Pop, which is pretty interesting. So we haven't seen a whole lot of Zach Pop since they acquired him at the trade deadline. I mean, he played a little bit and then he was sent down. Basically, I think there was some roster juggling going on there with options and whatnot. He is back up now, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of a role Zach Pop plays, because obviously you go out there and you grab a guy like Zach Pop. Like, you don't do that without thinking you're going to use him in some meaningful ways going forward.
And that might be 2023 more so than 2022, whereas Bass is someone who is contributing now. He's here very much for leverage in the present day, and the Blue Jays will need him in that capacity. Certainly the bullpen, not just today, has been better, but in the course of the last couple months, they deserve a lot of credit, and the Jays will need that to continue as they move ahead here because there's more leverage coming for this team.
Let's go to the phone lines, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cellular device. You can always text us at 590-590, name and location as well. Eddie calling in from Fort Erie. Eddie, how's it going, man? Happy weekend.
Same to you, Show and Ben. How's it going today?
Good. It's always fun when we can talk about a win against your AL East division rivals rather than a loss, Eddie?
Oh, certainly. Especially the Orioles this year. I mean, it's been you know what? I gotta say, like this year, I never saw it coming from the Orioles. You know, every time we see them, it's like, okay, we can just kick back, put our feet up, have a cocktail, and watch the Blue Jays beat the tar out of them. But this year, not so much. And you know, that was like sort of a wake up call. Be like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore, at least for the time being. But good thing that they've put some distance on them, and I'm happy for them. Now, I want to talk about a couple of things from the game. First of all, I agree. The Rios kind of labored a little bit. I really thought, though, guys, in that fourth inning, because there's two things I want to say from the fourth inning. I really thought when the Orioles were sitting on his changeup and they were hitting it like from one side of the field to the other, and I know Pete Walker came out a few times and, you know, talked to him saying, Jose, they're sitting on your changeup. You got to, like, you know, throw some more fastballs and that sort of thing. And that combined for the fact when I saw the shadows creeping in, I'm like, oh no, what is he gonna do? Like, is he gonna like go back to the changeup? You know, because it was really kind of messed up, and you know, like for your planning and that sort of thing. But I'm glad he got through it, and that's good. And you know what? In that inning, when the Orioles were trying to steal a run home, didn't that kind of give you a flashback from that Cubs series a little bit? Because yeah, because I really thought they were going to steal that run, but I don't know what Mullins was thinking. Like, I don't know if he missed a sign because he got caught flat-footed, and I thought right there, that's the turning point of the game right there because it was 3-2. If they scored that run, who knows what could have happened? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Hey, Eddie, appreciate the call, man. I think that's you're absolutely right. I think the Orioles. I don't want to say they entirely shot themselves in the foot the whole game, but that error they committed mid-game, and then of course the Tapia takes advantage of it with I think it was an error, and then 2 straight walks, and then Tapia bangs one to the wall, and the Blue Jays get the last couple runs of the game there. But I do agree the Orioles turning back into the Orioles of like April and May at the very end of the season after what was truly a scorcher mid of a run they went on, because what was it leading into the All-Star break? It was like they had swept 4 straight series, including a couple of really good teams. The Orioles, they're fascinating because they're still such a young club. They're going to make mistakes, undoubtedly. It was interesting today. Even you saw Gunnar Henderson get eaten up by a ball right there on the infield dirt, and then an inning later, he makes a very nice double play, sweeps the foot across second base and gets the ball to first for the double play. It's just, you're going to see this, both kind of sides of this as the Orioles mature. It's something we kind of saw to a degree from the Blue Jays last season. I don't want to draw too many parallels there because they're different clubs, but at the same time, it happens with young teams.